good morning to one and all present here. After the yesterday's enlightening and insightful session, let's move forward with the students' presentations. The topic for the presentation session is Leadership Essentials. Today we have with us Dr. Nitin Veer sir, Ravi Shirsagar sir, and Dr. Joshi sir. I heartily welcome them and thank them for their continuous mentoring, guidance, and support. Now, all the students presenters are requested to listen to the instructions carefully. Every student presenter will be allotted a time frame of 8 minutes for the respective presentation. I request all the presenters to stick back to the time limit. So let's start with the presentation of Aditya Deshpande from second year MBA Finance. Aditya, I would request you to please share your screen and proceed. Over to you.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. Yeah, is my screen visible?
Yes, Aditya.
Yeah, so good morning, all the faculty, my fellow students, and everyone out there. This is Aditya Deshpande. I will be presenting my screen now. I will be giving a presentation on leadership essentials, and the person who I've chosen is Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, who is the founding father of Singapore. And I will be giving a very practical approach regarding leadership skills. This won't be much definition oriented. It will be more of a practical oriented presentation. So this is basically an introduction to Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. He was born on 16 September in 1923 in Singapore. He's also known as the founding father of Singapore. I will be going more into detail about this in the upcoming slides. In terms of his educational qualification, he is a qualified lawyer from Cambridge University. And he's also the founder of People's Action Party, which is still the party in power in Singapore. So we'll talk about crisis leadership in general. What is crisis leadership? For example, this is the definition of crisis leadership. The leader should be able to understand how to deal with unpredictable events, and these can threaten an organization or the public. I'll give practical examples of how Lee Kuan Yew managed two critical crisis situations which defined him as a person and as a leader. So Japanese occupation of Singapore, I'll just give a brief. Singapore, like India, was a British colony, but in 1942, Japan invaded Singapore and actually captured Singapore in one day. Initially, all the Singapore people were very happy with this because they felt that Japanese would liberate them from British rule. But soon they realized that Japanese were in fact even more brutal than the British, and they actually actively executed a lot of people for their political opinions as well as their skin color. So at this time, the challenge for Lee Kuan Yew was more about survival and about understanding the enemy, which now it became the Japanese, where earlier it was the British. So he learned Japanese as a person in 6 months and actually became a translator for the Japanese. So he understood what the Japanese were doing in Singapore and what they were doing throughout the war. And he soon started understanding that Japanese had started losing ground and territory. So he kept his patience. He was very aware about the situation, and he made sure that people who were his trusted allies, they were all kept into confidence and they were all kept together to survive through these difficulties. Now we talk about the second part, which is, you can call it the independence of Singapore, or you could call it their removal from Malaysia. Now we have to remember that Singapore was actually removed from Malaysia. They did not become independent by choice, they became independent by force. This building here is the Marina Bay Sands Hotel, which is one of the most flamboyant hotels of Singapore. What Singapore is today is nowhere close to what it was in 1965. There were challenges like unemployment, there was high illiteracy because most of the population was labor population. There were security threats since it was a very small country, and they had no natural resources of their own. However, Lee Kuan Yew knew that while Singaporeans did not have the literacy, the technical know-how, they were hardworking. They were very hardworking people who were always willing to learn and improve. So upskilling them was a little bit easier because they had the right attitude. what Singapore made sure was they did not have the natural resources. So they became a manufacturing hub. They started producing final products in their country. This attracted FDI, this attracted foreign firms which invested in Singapore. They built the world-class structure required. Now, one of the examples of regulated structure and adaptability is Lee Kuan Yew believed that politicians should be paid well so that they will be less corrupt. This is an ideology generally which we have not seen from any leaders all over the world, because everyone has a very one-sided view of politicians. So this is an example of Lee Kuan Yew, how he adapted to the situation. He understood the people of Singapore. And today what Singapore is, it's an Asian tiger. It's one of the largest Asian economies. These are some of the legendary quotes of Lee Kuan Yew. And I would concentrate on the second one and fourth one in particular. So we are pragmatists. We don't stick to any ideology. Lee Kuan Yew was very flexible when it came to Singapore and how Singapore should go forward. It was not necessary that something which had worked once will work for the second and the third time. He was always looking forward to new ideas. He was a liberal himself. He always made sure that what happens will be best for the people of Singapore. And the fourth quote is, at the end of the day, what I cherish most are human relationships. Ultimately, all of this, he had the backing of his wife. He had a very close friend circle who were the founding fathers of Singapore. And ultimately, because Lee Kuan Yew was an approachable person, he was an adaptable person, he always respected the opinions of other people. It made sure that he got along well with these people. And ultimately, they led to the foundation and the development of Singapore. So these are the conclusions I would give. This is a very practical oriented presentation from that sense. So it is about, of course, leading through crisis is about managing unusual events, which Lee Kuan Yew did very successfully. Communication, as he mentioned, the need for human relationships, he mentioned that it was very important for him. This is how communication was important, because the people could understand what was being done for them, and they were behind him all throughout. He was a proactive leader. Whenever he found that there were new technologies taking place, new technology coming up, he would always make sure that Singapore was the leading example here of adopting that new technology and going forward with it. Always we look at crisis as something as really bad, but the best leaders actually look at crisis as an opportunity to learn. They grow and they actually transform, which Lee Kuan Yew transformed Singapore to one of the Asian tigers today. So these are some of the resources I used for the presentation. And I would personally give a last thoughts on Lee Kuan Yew. I think this is a leader which most Indians have not heard much about, as I realized when I spoke to people regarding Lee Kuan Yew. I think he is definitely, some of his leadership qualities can be taught to us in textbooks, and his practical approach and his fundamental knowledge is a great example of how leaders can achieve what they want in the future. With this, I would like to thank everyone for having the patience to listen, and take care, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. Now I invite Akshay Kampwar from second year MBA Marketing. Akshay, please share your screen and start with the presentation.
Yeah, sure. Can someone give a heads up, like my screen is visible and am I audible?
Yes. Yes, Akshay.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning to one and all present on this auspicious occasion of Global Summit. Hello, everyone. My name is Akshay Gampawar, and it's being a privilege for me to present my views on the topic of leadership essentials on this great day. Leadership. What exactly is the leadership? Leadership is the position or trait of guiding and providing direction to the group of people. So we incorporate us with the stories of great leaders. We keep on searching all over the globe, but on our home ground itself, we are blessed with a gem. Like all the good tales, this is where it began. Once upon a time, there was a boy born in an industrialist family in Mumbai. He completed his education from Cornell University and Harvard University of America. He worked as a happily employed person over there for a small duration. But due to some personal issues, he came back to India. After coming back, a person belonging to an industrialist family and having a lavish lifestyle structure has to start his career by working as an apprentice in his own company for a duration of around 3 years. And there he started with his journey. He lived with those workers and worked with them. After working dedicatedly for decades and facing and overcoming all the challenges that heads on to him, he was appointed as a chairman of the company. A person stringent about his commitments, a great philanthropist, a legendary industrialist who converted a deep insult into steep result and whatnot. I hope all must have guessed who the personality is. He is none other than Sir Ratan Naval Tata, an individual with an embodiment of leadership. When we discuss about the leadership in further, the first thing that strikes my mind is commitment. I tend to not say things loosely. I try to live up to whatever I say, the commitments that I have made, said by Ratan Tata. We all know the Tata empire that is being stood in front of us is all about his values, principles that they rely upon, like integrity, responsibility, excellence, pioneering, and unity. Values are being passed to the generations that needs to be maintained and followed. We all know Dorabji Tata started Tata Memorial Hospital. This hospital has played a very crucial role in recovering of cancer patients. This was the commitment which was given by Dorabji Tata, but carried forward by his successor, Sir Ratan Naval Tata. When it comes to commitment, it's not being enthusiastic for a moment once secured the position, but it's been sticking around the commitments that we give to the people or the society we live in. The culture that is being imbibed by Tata is being like a legacy that is being followed by them without any iterations. In 2003, we all know Sir Ratan Naval Tata announced to bring a Tata Nano at a cost of ₹1 lakh for the common people. Even after major slowdown came in 2008, he continued with his commitments that he gave to the people without making any changes in the commitment. So here we can see the inauguration of Tata Nano by Sir Ratan Naval Tata. Again, when we go further with the leadership, it's not a smooth journey that we can see. It's all about challenges that he needs to face. Life is not about running smoothly, but adding an extra taste by the challenges that comes in. A leader differentiates himself with the change in perspective that he has. He considers challenges as an opportunity and overcome it. So here, this considering challenges as an opportunity plays a very vital role in the life of a leader. Once we consider a challenge as an opportunity, it gives us a strength to face it head on and make a path to overcome it. A very important thing is to stick with the ethics, whatever the challenges hits us. Because it's very difficult when the challenges comes and not to compromise with the ethics and the principles that we have. So we all know, like the Tata Nano story, they started manufacturing plant in Singur, West Bengal. But due to some riots that took place due to some land acquisition act taken into consideration, due to which Ratan sir has to move all its resources from West Bengal to Gujarat. So the point here I want to highlight is every work brings with it different challenges. Embrace each challenge as an opportunity to transform. We can see all the global leaders or the leaders that we have in the domestic part, they are very much adaptable to the change. As a great man says, change is the only constant. And with the changing times comes a responsibility to adapt those changes. Today, Tata is running 100 plus companies in 100 plus countries. This happening because great leaders are ready to adapt the essential changes, which is the need of new era. It's indeed that the changes that they are trying to bring should be relevant and sustainable too. The changes might be in technological aspects, innovation aspects, and many other things. When we are adapting to certain changes, it needs to be taken collectively, because as it's not the person bringing changes in him, rather it's bringing changes in the system. It is very important to communicate all the things unitedly to boost the motion of changes that are occurring. Internal communication is to move a system in a particular direction, but the external communication to hold us accountable for the changes that we are coming with. Communicate the vision of a team and bringing clarity to it again plays a very vital role when it comes to leadership. When asked to Ratan Tata, what should be he remembered for? So the answer that we got from Ratan Tata is, he must be remembered as a person who made a difference, not anything more, not anything less. In this slide, we can see the exploration that Tata has done from 1868 to 2020. It is being present in almost all the domains in the industries that we have today. The current trends that we are coming with electric vehicles, Tata is one of those automobile manufacturers who took the quickest decision to bring some changes from sustainable changes to the electric vehicles. With all the commitments, challenges, there comes a patience that plays a very vital role in the life of leader. If you want to walk fast, walk alone. But if you want to walk far, walk together. Patience comes with the self-awareness. It is the internal power that tells us what we are capable of and the changes that we are going to make and for the time that it will take. Every decision comes with its own disruptions and repercussions. When bringing some transformation, a leader is always prepared for the unexpected challenges that may come on its way. Facing those challenges heading on and not stepping back makes a leader holds the ground in all the situations. The clarity in the thoughts and confidence over the deeds brings a humongous patience in the leaders. It's not only about facing challenges, getting experiences out of it, but it's all about upbringing those challenges and sharing those challenges with the upcoming generations that we have. But it's about, we all knew that the 66% of Tata Sons equity is held by Tata Trust that is being directed to support the philanthropic work of the trust. There are several ways leaders perform mentorship for the upcoming generations, which of the few are financial aids, technological aids, motivational aids, and medical aids, and whatnot. Sir Ratan Tata is the one who is always ready to help the leading generations to bring some new ideas for the well-being of the society. We have seen Ratan Tata has invested for around 19 plus potential entrepreneurs in the previous year to bring some new ideas for the well-being of the society. It's all about strengthening the upcoming generations and make over a country stronger than ever. With this, I would like to end my views on leadership essentials by quoting Ratan Tata. None can destroy iron, but its own rust can. None can destroy its iron, but its own rust can. Likewise, none can destroy a person, but its own mindset can. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share my views. Thank you.
Thank you, Akshay. I now invite Darshan More from second year MBA PBT. I would request you to please share your screen and proceed with the presentation, Darshan.
Yes, Roshni, thank you. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, so good morning all. My name is Darshan More from SYMBA PBT and my topic of presentation is a leadership essential. I would like to start my presentation with the quote of John Quincy Adams, who was a American diplomat and a lawyer, and I quote him: "If your actions inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you are a leader." So before we get into the essentials, I would like to understand what exactly the leadership is. So according to me, leadership is essentially about a continuous process of behavior. It is an art to influence people with ability to achieve team goals willingly and enthusiastically. Leadership is about setting and achieving goals, tackling competition and solving problems decisively and quickly, and providing directions to the group and its member. So let's talk about essential. So to become a good leader, you have to have some skills and the qualities, and you have to use some tools. And this is nothing but the essentials. So according to me, there are 7 leadership essentials. Those are communication, mission, structure, process, culture, diagnostic skills, and influence. So let's understand each essential one by one. So my first essential is a communication. So according to me, communication skill is the most important essential a leader can have. It is the most important for conveying your message to your audience and as well as to your group. It helps to orient your people and focus them on the new imperatives and the new vitals. For example, Dr. Martin Luther King, he was very well known for his communication skills. In fact, he was known as America's most influential speaker of his time, and even after the 52 years, his speech has been still very well recognized and remembered by the people. Through his speeches, he captivates his audience with the poetic language and the thought-provoking ideas. He used various colorful languages and words to paint ideas in the minds of his listeners. He also knew who is his audience and his community is, which is an average American family who can understand the simple language and the clear messages. So with communication skill, with the narrow focus, positive language, and the wise use of words, he helped them to convey their message and become a great leader. My next essential is a mission. A leader with the clear mission and the goal is very important for a group. The clear mission gives the direction to the group. Having a mission is very important to attract and engage the talented people, and it's leaders' responsibility to make them understand the importance of a mission from a big picture to a final details. For example, the Mark Zuckerberg. Whenever we read about his interview, he always mentions about his mission. So, for example, in one of his interview, he said that Facebook mission is to give everyone in the world power to share, to make world more open and connected. Connecting the world is a fundamental challenge of generation. So is the long-term effort. As long as we stay focused on that mission, we are going to keep attracting talented people who shares the same goal and want to make it a reality. So I believe that the mission is a very important for a leader. My next essential is a structure. Structure is an important element of any organization or any group. Structure helps the leader to organize the unit to deal with the new challenges. It helps the group to keep together, and as well as it helps them to understand their role. The example is Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj helped to establish a fair administration. He also established a system to provide loans to the farmers, and he employed civilians to collect the taxes. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj was always ahead of his time. He had a concept of a cabinet. At his time, it was known as the Ashtapradhan Mandal. Talking about his tactics, the navy and the guerrilla warfare is a very well known. So the structure helped him to administer very smoothly at his regime, and that's what makes him a good leader. Next is the process. The process is essentially talks about ensuring the vital activities are done within the period of time with the efficient use of a time and the assets. So Mr. Henry Ford is a very well-known figure, inventor and successful entrepreneur, but perhaps he was more than that. He was a leader with the diversity, inclusivity, and the empathy. His leadership always embraced the constant change. When his Model T, was launched in 1908, it was a huge hit, and then the demand exceeded the supply. At that time, he implemented the assembly lines and designed conveyor belts for the efficient use of time and reduced the production timing. His leadership not only revolutionized his firm, but also the entire manufacturing industry globally. Next, we have a culture. Having a positive culture is very important. The culture is an important aspect for any group and for its achievements. So it's a leader's responsibility to foster an open and respectful environment and to be a positive role model in the culture. So example is Rani Ahilyabai Holkar. She was regarded as one of the finest female rulers in the Indian history. She was known for her wisdom, military and administrative skills. She always had a support of her army, and she administered the region for entire 28 years. During her time, she made the central area very stable and peaceful. She made the cities literally and musical, artistic, and industrial center. She established the textile industries at her time. At her time. She also established an entire culture, open culture, by allowing uh, by being available to anyone who needs her. Next, we have a diagnostic skill. A diagnostic skill is a very important for any leader to recognize the critical opportunities and the challenges, to understand the challenges and problem and provide solutions on the them. Mahatma Gandhi was not a born leader, but he always had a values and the principle, values of unity, truth, and the non violence. So he looked at the problem of a British occupied India and come up with his own solutions, such as the self-respect, uh, boycotting the English elements, and the non-violence resistance, which gave the entire country a freedom. Next, we have the influence. Influence, I believe, is the important element of being a leader. Influence to be a leader should always have a capability to influence individual to perform better and higher performance, and should always have a impact on the group of people. And the influencing skill includes the motivation in taking initiation, self-confidence, and positive thinking. The example is Mr. Nelson Mandela. As a leader, the president of South Africa, Mr. Nelson Mandela, has demonstrated various leadership qualities such as peacefulness, forgiveness, mission beyond himself, which influenced the entire population of South Africa. Influence is not only about public speaking or public appearances, but it's about the leaving the mark on the world by displacing important qualities and giving a follower a better path in their life. He was known for his anti-apartheid revolutionary as a first black president of South Africa, and as a human rights activist who fought against the segregation. His qualities and achievement not only influenced the South Africa but the entire world. So these are my 7 essentials for the leadership, and these are my references for my presentation. And I really want to thank you all for listening and giving this opportunity. Thank you again.
Thank you, Darshan. I invite Shreyal Setia from second year MBA Pharma Biotech for the presentation. Shreyal, please start your screen and take over.
Thank you, Roshni.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm Shreyal Setia, and today I'm here to present the topic Leadership Essentials. So, to express my opinions, I'd like to present a brief case on one of the finest leaders of Indian pharmaceutical industry. So, let's get started with a quote from Sir Albert Einstein. The leader is one who, out of clutter, brings simplicity, out of discord, harmony, and out of difficult, opportunity. One such leader, with his simplicity, harmony, took the opportunity to pull millions of people out of a difficult situation. He is Dr. Yusuf Khwaja Hamid. Dr. Yusuf has a doctorate in chemistry from Cambridge University. He is now the chairperson at CIPLA. His net worth is valued at US $2.1 billion. He was the recipient of Sir P.C. Ray Award for the development of indigenous technology in 1983. He was elected as the Fellow of Christ College in Cambridge University in 2004. Dr. Hamid received the highest civilian award, the Padma Bhushan, from former President late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam in 2005, and his list of achievements goes on. His father, Dr. Khwaja Hamid, established the company CIPLA in the pre-independence era. Now, under Dr. Yusuf's leadership, CIPLA is one of the top 5 companies in the Indian pharmaceutical industry. So let's look at the case where Dr. Hamid's leadership saved millions of lives. The story dates back in 1990s. Africa was a continent with more than 2/3 of world's HIV patients. Reportedly, across approximately 2 million people died of AIDS in 1 year, just in Africa. So what was the reason? Was the treatment not available? The answer to this is no. The treatment was available, but majority of the third world, that is Asia and Africa, couldn't afford it. The global drug industry sales accounted for only 1% in Africa. The situation was worse because these medicines were branded and had patents, due to which cheaper or generic versions couldn't be created. Another major reason was that 84% of the R&D, the drug discovery research, were government and public funded. So the question arises that if these were public funded, why won't we make them affordable for the public that need it? So these questions led to enormous protests in Africa while they saw their family members dying of AIDS. The cost of medicine for an AIDS patient internationally was $15,000 per year. Dr. Hamid understood the depth of the situation. He went to represent the Third World at the European Commission in Brussels. He kept three important proposals to resolve this issue. First, Cipla had created a 3-drug combo cocktail for the HIV patients. So he proposed that we internationally distribute this medicine at just $800 price per patient per year. Second, any government who would want to understand the know-how of this technology and who would want to create this drug would be given the whole science of it for free. The third one, there was one drug that would inhibit the transmission of AIDS from a mother to a child. Dr. Hamid suggested that we should give this medicine for free internationally. So all of these proposals sent political shockwaves across the industry, across the globe. But only few people realized how crucial the situation was and how important these proposals were. So after facing a lot of challenges, with the help of these few members from Europe, international activists from Africa, and his team at Cipla, Dr. Hamid launched this triple drug cocktail for just $350. Now, as compared to the $15,000 price tag, this drug would cost a patient less than $1 per day. This groundbreaking move also attracted a lot of global funding from Africa. Many global leaders like Mr. George Bush, Mr. Bill Clinton came in support and lent a helping hand towards these patients. Now, millions won't die of AIDS, and it was all because of Dr. Yusuf Hamid. So here's what I learned about the essentials of leadership from this case study. First one, strategic thinking. Leaders need to think about the best route that they can go to get the outcomes that exceed the expectations for the people that they are serving. Just like Dr. Hamid, who found a way to prevent millions of deaths. Second, ethical practice and civic mindedness. Dr. Hamid kept the lives of people over the profits that he could have earned out of that one particular medicine. His motto was to serve humanity. Leaders should have ethics front of their mind, so if any of the problem arises, they can quickly and effectively resolve it. The third one is team development. If Dr. Hamid wouldn't have showed the paths to his team, the mission wouldn't have been a great success. So superiors must embrace developing partnerships with employees, working together with them to develop and achieve goals. Fourth, self-development. Learning isn't something that should ever end. It must be a continual process. Leaders must continue to learn and motivate their team to do the same. And last but not the least, innovation. The best leaders are the ones who are constantly learning and figuring out how to fill these gaps and develop skills that are most meaningful to them and to the society. In the end, I'd like to say that leadership is not about titles, not about positions or flowcharts, but it is about one life influencing another. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shreyal. I now invite Rahul Poddar from first year BBA IB. I would request you to please share your screen and start with the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to show my presentation. Okay, here is my presentation book. Now I'm going to show my presentation. And the topic is Leadership Essential, and the chosen global leader is Bill Gates. And the contribution of Bill Gates, first one, business sector, and the second one is betterment of society. Now I'm going to tell about leadership. What is the leadership? The person who can successfully lead his team forward is the one who achieves success in life. The previous picture, the previous page on the picture says that leadership inspires and empowers people, and leadership sets the vision and shares the vision, and changing the leading capacity is called and managed by a leader. So for this slide, my opinion is that a leader, a person who can lead the team or organization or a group or in offices or in a business sector is called a leader. And a leader, whenever a leader different types of face difficulties and overcome the all difficulties is called actual leader, and managing all these things is called a leadership. And the next slide is how to become a best leader in leadership. So first one is the upcoming leader should be learned from a wiser leader, and then second one is the upcoming leader should practice the leadership skills. For example, he can lead his playing team, lead in his classroom and cousin group also. For this slide, my opinion is that a upcoming leader should learn from a wise leader. Just because upcoming leader or just because a wise leader knows everything, it is going to be very important in future leadership. So after learning these leadership skills, upcoming leader should practice more and more. By practicing more and more, he can get the leadership skills very easily. Now I'm going to tell about Bill Gates biography. William Henry Gates, born on October 28 in 1995. He is an American businessman and software developer also. Moreover, he is a co-founder of Microsoft. And then during his career, he got the position of chairman and chief executive officer also. Now coming back to the contribution in business sector of Bill Gates. By establishing Microsoft, he contributed in business sector just because for his software, he companies earn profit from the market and contribute in business sector. And by paying taxes, contributing in government sector also. But we all know that who is Bill Gates, and Bill Gates, what he made, he established the Microsoft Office, Microsoft software, and he he earned profit so much for this his software and paying by taxes in contributing government sector also. And coming back in contribution in society of Bill Gates. Bill Gates made the easy operating system so that everyone can use this computer by this operating system. The second point is Bill Gates' main impact on the society was making computers available and easy to use for everyone. For his contribution in the society, a lot of people are using this computer for their personal purposes. So my opinion is that before coming in the market, before coming computers in the market, people use different types of devices or machines or so on. But they were very much feel annoying or bored because just because they will not carry their devices with their for their personal purposes. But after that, which is software, and then he makes it the best it can become. And he worked hard to dominate his industry, made execution a top priority, and stuck with these skills. Then second trait is big picture. Gates also takes a practical approach to setting goals. He has a big picture that he keeps in mind instead of creating a vision that is unapproachable. And then the second point is Gates uses a step-based approach to make progress toward his vision. It's like trying to walk up the staircase. By this staircase, anyone can reach the top section from the bottom section. I gave the links also. I'm going to tell about Bill Gates' famous quote. If you can't make it good, at least make it look good. It means your appearance should be good whether you are perfect in work or not. And then last quote is, it's fine to celebrate success, but it's more important to heed the lessons of failure. It means that we should also keep in mind that about our failure, besides celebrating the success. Whenever we got the success, we just forget about our failure. But we should not do this because we also know that failure is the pillar of success. So we should keep in our mind about our failure, because without any failure, we cannot attain any type of success. And I gave the link also, course of Bill Gates. And thank you everyone for hearing me so long.
Thank you, Rahul. Now I request Mavluddin Bunyad from third year BBA to share the screen and proceed with the presentation.
Hey guys, my screen is visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Hey guys, this is Mauladin Bunyad. I'm from Afghanistan and studying third year BBA IB in PUMBA. So I think that's enough for my introduction. Let's go to the leadership with Elon Musk. Today I want to talk about the Elon Musk and his leadership style and how he managed to do all of these in his life. These are the contents that we will be talking about, starting from his biography till all of his leadership styles. So first of all, who is Elon Musk? I don't think that there are so many people in this meeting who don't know about Musk. Obviously, he is the richest man on the planet with $300 billion of net worth. And he's a 50-year-old entrepreneur. He founded Tesla, SpaceX, SolarCity, the Boring Company, and also he co-founded the Neuralink and OpenAI. In addition to that, this guy is a businessman, right? But in addition to that, he is a physicist, chief engineer, software developer, and also a businessman. So how he managed to do all of these things in just 50 years of life? It's like crazy, right? How he can manage all of that and how he can manage his life. And in addition to that, he has a personal life too. So this is not about the biography, obviously. Today we are talking about leadership. We are here to learn about leaders, how to lead, and how to follow their way. So let's learn. First of all, what's the Musk's leadership style? Academically, there are 7 different types of leadership styles between all of the leaders. Like any leader, just think about them. They are one of these 7. There is no 8th type because academically, the academicians have decided this. There are democrat leaders, there are autocrat leaders, transformational leaders, transactional leaders, laissez-faire leadership, charismatic leadership, and also servant leadership. So from these, Musk is the transformational leader. So what is transformational leader and who are transformational leaders? Transformational leadership is mostly used in any kind of industry, but mostly it's used in tech industries. Why? Because as you know, tech industries is growing very, very fast. Like in a year, there are 1,000% development in tech industry. That's why most of the tech industry leaders are transformational leadership. So what are the transformational leadership specifics? First of all, they motivate and encourage the employees and the followers to do more. This is one of the most important traits of the transformational leadership. And also they exemplifies to the people, like how they work, how much they work, and how they manage their life and time. They exemplify to the others. They don't wait for others to learn. They teach them by their own traits. And once they started the organization or once they are in a place, they create clear values and traits and structure to an organization. After they create that, all of the employees have to do that. And most important one is yet to come. They are the best mentors and coaches to them, their followers. So they teach them, they mentor them, they coach them. But what they do is they make them free. They tell them that this is the vision, this is the goal, or this is the job. You can do in any way you want. You can learn, you can do more, you can innovate. And after that, employees has more responsibility and employees has more options to do. So there are so many qualities of Musk, as you know, but most important part are these 5, in my opinion, actually. You can search in web or read in books that there are so many qualities of Elon Musk leadership, but in my opinion, the most important thing that made him special and made him like this is these 5. First of all, vision. When he began all of his companies, all of his business, he had a very, very clear vision, and he started to follow that vision till today. And after this also, obviously, he will follow that. What was this vision that made Musk and his followers to come this much long? First one was making humanity a multi-planet species. This was a very big vision, you know. It's not easy to stick to that vision. Like a person or a company wants to make humanity a multi-planet species. And all of the employees were admitted and they were doing jobs and they were working toward this mission. So as you can see this picture, actually, I just copied this picture from the Twitter account of Elon Musk. It's the cover photo of him. And same picture is printed in the walls of SpaceX. Why they printed this or why they are seeing to this picture every day? Because that's important. That's what reminds them of vision. So when you have a vision, just think about it all day. Why? Because that makes your subconscious mind to stick to that vision. And the second vision that they had for their companies is creating a sustainable environment for humanity in the future. They are doing it with Tesla and SolarCity. How? They are creating EV cars and they are creating like solar panels. Why? Because our world is facing a major problem, global warming. So they had a vision to fight against this big threat to humanity. Second trait of a great leader, specifically trait of Elon Musk, is innovation. In all of his companies, if you study the history of them, they have innovated everything. Like they have revolutionized electric vehicle market. As you can see, 10 years back, nobody thought that we have cars which fuel is electricity. Nobody thought about that. Nobody believed that, but they did it. They innovated some new thing to the market, made reusable rockets. Like previously, every rocket had a budget of $50 million. But after this reusable rockets, a rocket can be made with around $5 million, according to Musk. And they made easier to use of solar energy. They made people to use their solar energy in your homes to create electricity. Like you can use electricity everywhere. That's their business will die. There is nothing to do without innovation in this 21st century. And this is one of famous quotes about Elon Musk. He says that I think that's the single best piece of advice. Constantly think about how you can do things better. Just think about it. How can you do things better? And questioning yourself every day that let's do it better, let's do it different. That's the innovation. And the second thing about the Elon Musk is passion. Like most of us don't work at most 50 hours a week. But this guy has so much passion about his work and about his goals and about his companies that he works around 80 to 120 hours of work every week. He has persistence on his ideas. He works like more than any other CEO in the world. Just to go and search about it. There are so many statistics about work life of the CEOs, but he is the most working person. Like he has so many money and wealth, he can just sit and say that, okay, I will retire now. But no, he does everything, every day, same work to make world a better place. And a very famous quote of him about the passion is, if something is important enough for you, even if the odds are against you, you should do it. You just do it. Why? Because you want to do it. You just have to continue every day, every second, and every hour. Third thing about Elon Musk is ambition. He believes in what he does. That's the ambition that he had. There were so many crises on the world in 2008 and when he started Tesla, but he stuck with idea and he continued. He had the total belief on his idea. If you believe in your idea, you will do anything that it takes. And also, this is a famous quote from him that I always have optimism. He's optimistic about future, about the world, but in addition to that, he's realistic. It was not with the expectation of great success that I started Tesla or SpaceX. It wasn't money, it wasn't fame that he started. It's just that I thought they were important enough to do anyway. If it's important enough to do, just do it. There is nothing important more than your own desire. Like if you get money or if you fail, you will learn. If you didn't fail, then you will become a person who you want to be in the future. The last thing about great leaders is confidence. A leader without confidence is not leader. Just saying that. As Douglas MacArthur said, a true leader has the confidence to stand alone. There will be times, if you want to become a leader, if anyone wants to become a leader, there will be times, there will be tough times. Everyone will leave. There will be only one person who supports you. That will be you. Nobody supports you. If you look back to the life of Elon Musk, when he started the SpaceX, he called some NASA engineers to hire. When they pick up the phone, he said that I want to hire you because I have a rocket company. They made joke of him that who are you? Is this a spam call? But now everyone wants to join SpaceX. Every big engineer wants to join. Why? Because at the first place, Elon Musk had confidence on himself. He believed that someday it will be something very big. And in 2008, when you remember, there was a financial crisis in all over the world, and his companies were going to bankrupt. Nobody was supporting him. His advisors was telling him that just go bankrupt, just leave the company, take your money and leave the company to die. But what he said, that I want to stand alone. I want to do it. I can let them die. I can make all of the things that I had done in these years go away. And another thing is the courage to make tough decisions. There will be times for all of the leaders. They have to like make vital decisions for their own self, for their own family, for their company. And the only person who can make these decisions is the leader. Nobody can make a decision for the leader. He has to do it or she has to do it. And the compassion to listen to need of the others. That's the most important thing. Listen to your followers, listen to your people, but have the confidence to stand alone and have the confidence to do all the things, all the decisions, and all the future plans by yourself. To conclude all of this topic, I have to say only one quote from Elon Musk. I think it's possible for ordinary people to choose to be extraordinary. That's the one quote that inspired me a lot. I just read it a lot, once a week or twice a week I read it. Why? Because this thing about leadership of Elon Musk is that every person, like all of us, there are more than 300 people in this meeting, all of us or most of us are ordinary people. We are students or we are just starting our businesses or we are some teachers. We are just people who want to do things. But it is possible for all of us to be extraordinary if you choose to be extraordinary. Elon Musk was not an extraordinary person in the first place. He was just a guy from South Africa who came to America and wanted to start a new life. But now he is the richest man on the planet and one of the most successful people on the planet. So choose to be extraordinary. And these are my references which I use to make these slides. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mavluddin. I now invite Ritik Yadav from second year BBA HFM for the presentation. Ritik, I would request you to please share your screen. Over to you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
Ritik, you
you're
are
audible.
audible.
Am I visible?
Ritik, you need to switch on your camera.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay. Okay, so to everyone present here, very warm good afternoon. My name is Ritik Yadav, and I am a second year BBA Hospitality and Facility Management student. Sheikh Hasina Wajid, the current Prime Minister of Bangladesh, is the subject of my discussion today. But before I begin, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Seminar Cell for providing me with this fantastic opportunity to share my ideas and opinions. Before I begin, I would like to say that a leader is someone who knows how to improve things and motivates people to move towards that vision, to move towards that path. So with this, I would like to begin with the introduction of Sheikh Hasina Wajid. So Sheikh Hasina Wajid, also known as Sheikh Hasina, was born on September 28, 1947 in Tungipara, East Pakistan, which is now in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina is a Bengali politician and the leader of the Awami League political party who served as Bangladesh Prime Minister twice. She is Bangladesh's longest serving Prime Minister, having held the position for a total of almost 17 years. Let me talk about her early life, her past life. Sheikh Hasina is the daughter of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who was the architect of Bangladesh 1971 independence from Pakistan. Her father, mother, 3 brothers, uncles, 2 sisters-in-laws, and cousins were brutally murdered by the military officials who broke into her home, and after that she had to spend her life in exile in India. She was an active politician while at the University of Dhaka in the late 1960s and worked as her father's political liaison during his imprisonment by Pakistani government. Hasina and other members of her family were briefly arrested in 1971 for their role in participating during Bangladesh liberation struggle, which led to the country's independence. This shows her struggles in her past life. Now, talking about her contributions towards her country and towards for the betterment of society, for the betterment of humanity, she resisted the military generals of Bangladesh to provide basic human rights to her countrymen. Likewise, the 30-year Ganga's water sharing treaty with India, the construction of the Banga Bandhu Bridge, allowances for distressed women, widows, and the disabled were the most significant achievements. Likewise, during her tenureship as a prime minister, the GDP was increased to 6%. The GDP of Bangladesh was increased to 6%, and an estimated 50 million Bangladeshis were elevated to the middle income group. But the most important success of Sheikh Hasina was to form international crimes tribunal to punish the notorious war criminals who opposed the country's liberation war and served the purpose of Pakistani occupation force by committing mass killing, rape, looting and forced conversion in 1971. Now, I would also like to talk about her achievements as a prime minister. There was a reduction in the poverty level from 38% to 24%. In 2018, she received praise for accepting Rohingya refugees, and she tried her best to eliminate the gender discrimination concept from her country. Due to that, the World Economic Forum, according to the World Economic Forum, Bangladesh is now the second most gender equal country in Asia, tops South Asia in gender equality, and ranks 47th among 144 countries of the world in the Global Gender Gap Index. As well, the forex reserves rose to $32 billion, and in 2000, Bangladesh GDP stood at $250 billion. So these contributions, these achievements during her tenureship shows that she was dedicated and determined for her country and her countrymen. This also shows that she has a good decision-making ability. She was able to take quick decision quickly without any fear, without anyone's pressure. So this also shows her leadership qualities and skills. Now let me talk about her inspiring quotations, her inspiring sayings. Okay, so So first one is I devoted myself to the task of welfare of my countrymen, not as a ruler, but as a servant. I believe in peace. Only peaceful coexistence can ensure peace. Dowry is still pervasive and spreading like cancer in the society. Apart from legal sanctions, there should be more social awareness on the issues so that people start to practice what they preach. I want to ask those who are aiding terror, what do you get by taking innocent lives? Islam is a religion of peace. You are maligning its name. Maintenance of good relations with the neighbors, friendship to all malice to none is the policy I showed throughout my life. So these were the inspiring quotation sayings by Sheikh Hasina Wajid. This shows that she was devoted towards her country, towards the welfare of her countrymen. She believed in peace. She wanted to maintain peace not only in her country but throughout the world. She was against the dowry system and other antisocial practices prevailing in the country. She also wanted to maintain good relationship with her neighboring countries. So this shows that she was a good leader. She wanted to bring peace everywhere. Now we went through her contributions, we went through her sayings. Now let me talk about the honors she has achieved, the tagline she was given by different organizations. Like the first one, the British media named her Mother of Humanity. Similarly, a Singapore-based international research organization termed her as the world's second best prime minister. She was awarded with the world's leading Mother Teresa Medal, World Food Organization Caesar Medal, UNESCO Peace Prize Award, United Nations Environmental Champion of the Earth Award, and many more. She has also taken the Global Women's Leadership Award on 27 April 2018 for her outstanding contributions in the field of education, development, empowerment, and business. Similarly, the prestigious Fortune magazine in 2016 ranked her as number 10 among their list of world's greatest leaders. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is third in the list of 5 honest leaders in the world according to recent People's and Politics research. She has also made a list of top 100 global thinkers of the present decade. She was included in Times Magazine as 100 most influential people in the world of 2018. So these were the taglines given to her by different companies, by British media, by Fortune magazine, and Singapore-based research organizations. After going through her contributions, after going through her quotations, after going through her honors, awards she has achieved, I have listed few her leadership qualities. So the first one is kindness. So the first one is the kindness. When several 100,000 of Rohingya refugees were struggling, were moving from here and there to for their settlement, no country allowed them and accepted them in their place. But Sheikh Hasina Wajid accepted them and allowed them to stay in Bangladesh. Second one is justice. As I said earlier, that the most important success of Sheikh Hasina Wajid was to form International Crimes Tribunal to punish the notorious war crime criminals who opposed the country's liberation war and served the purpose of Pakistani occupation forces by committing mass killing, genocide, rape, and forced conversion in 1971. She wanted to provide justice to everyone whoever has gone through this phase. So justice is also one of her leadership qualities. Third one is equality. Whereas many countries are still dominated by men, Sheikh Hasina Wajid wanted to make her country free from gender discrimination. She wanted to eradicate the concept of gender discrimination. She wanted to empower women. She provided education. She provided jobs to many women. And due to that, Bangladesh is now Asia's second most gender equal country, topping the South Asia in gender equality. Sorry. Now The another leadership qualities that I've found in Sheikh Hasina Wajid is face problems head on. During her early life, we talked how she struggled, how her political career, about her political career. Her father, mother, brothers were murdered when she was in West Germany. She was left with her sister, and she spent the next 6 years of her life in exile in India. But she never gave up and managed to survive assassinations attempts. She became prominent and became Bangladesh's longest serving prime minister. So leaders should never give up. They should face the problems and they should solve that problem. And the last one is set up clear expectations and visions. Sheikh Hasina Wajid has a strong goal and has a clear expectations and vision for developing her country, eradicating poverty, empowering Bangladesh women, increasing Bangladesh GDP, and ensuring country's main basic human rights. So these were the few leadership qualities that I listed that I found in Sheikh Hasina Wajid. So now we are at the last phase of my presentation, that is the conclusion part. And in the conclusion, I would simply say that many leaders are born, many leaders dies, but their legacy never dies. They remain forever. The work, the contribution they have given towards the society, the changes they have brought to the society never allows to forget them. And one of the great leaders is Sheikh Hasina Wajid, who has made significant contribution to the growth of Bangladesh and humanity by embracing changes and serving as an inspiration to many people. So leadership is a development area in which there is always something to learn. It's take time and commitment to improve leadership skills and develop your own leadership style, but it can certainly be done. So with this, I would simply say thank you everyone for listening me and have a great day ahead.
Thank you, Ritik. Now I invite Rudraksha Londe from first year BBA HFM. Rudraksha, please start sharing your screen and proceed with the presentation.
Okay. Just for the confirmation, is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
So, hello everyone. A very good afternoon to all. My name is Rudraksha Londe and I am from FI student from BBA HFM. Today I am going to present myself on the topic leadership essentials. So, talking about leadership essentials, let us first know what is leadership. Leadership is the act of motivating a group of people. It's an ability to influence others or the fellow members. Leadership is all about intelligence, trustworthiness, humanness, courage, and discipline. Other than this, a leader should also have an ability to make sound decisions on time. Obviously, every field is incomplete without leaders. That's why leaders are found and required almost everywhere. The one who can lead and control himself, they can lead others also. That's why it is said that great leadership always starts with the self-leadership. As now you can see, she is Dr. Kiran Mazumdar Shah, the chairperson of the global biopharmaceutical company, that is Biocon. She is also the Indian billionaire entrepreneur, lady entrepreneur, and the most important thing about her that she was the first woman to be the chairperson of Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. In short, let us first know about her success story. Her success story started when she realized that there were no venture funding in India, which forced her to create a business model based on revenues and profits. With the prejudice against her gender and many challenges with the business model, she did face some hard times and also difficulty in finding financial needs. Also, even banks refused her to give her loan for and financial support. Finally, taking a lot of efforts, a meeting with a banker at social event helped her to get her first financial backup. With that, she started her first factory, was nearby a 3,000 square foot, with the first employee that was a retired garage mechanic. However, success came her way within a year with Biocon India, becoming the first Indian company to be able to manufacture enzymes. Talking about leadership essentials, the first most important leadership essential is innovation. And indeed, Dr. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw was known as innovative leader because of the transformation made in the biocon. What does innovation mean? Innovation means seeking ways to improve organization. It's an ability to it's also somehow it's also the newness and spread of ideas. It's the ability to introduce improved and new products or services. Till the year 1983, Biocon followed the guidance given by the parent company. Soon, Dr. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw transformed Biocon, a fully integrated biopharmaceutical company, a company with well-balanced business portfolio of products and services. The next important essential of leadership is vision. Vision is not a roadmap or strategy or a plan of something, but it does guides all of these. Vision helps in guidance. A vision statement is an inspirational statement for often often a vision statement is an inspirational statement for the future. That's why a vision describes the aspirations for the future. How Dr. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw's vision helped her to create such a big company. At first, at beginning and throughout the journey, she did face some failures, but her determination, her willingness, and her dedication towards the work leads the way to her vision for the future. The next essential of leadership is motivation. Motivation is none other than inspiring others. A motivational leader always inspires others enthusiastically and passionately. The one who recognizes the hard work and encourages the potential of their employees is called as the motivational leader. A motivational leader always try to often think of himself. A motivational leader is someone who is positive and recognizes the achievements and success of their team. They should know how to develop and effectively use their employees' talents and skills. Motivational leaders make decisions and communicate decisively, tactfully, and very clearly to their teammates. They share their visions very enthusiastically and clearly. There is a famous quote by Dr. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw that a leader's life is always a continuous journey. Indeed, it's not a few hours or few minutes journey, but it's a continuous journey that a leader has to do. Leadership is action, not position. Talking about the next essential, that is communication. Communication always starts with listening. Active listening is one of the major and basic skill of communication. An effective leader always know when to talk and when to listen carefully. If a leader wants to know about the thoughts and some ideas of their employees, he should also be ready to ask open-ended questions that makes their employees share their ideas and views. Communication is not only about talking, but it's all about how you present yourself. That's why there is also a need to focus on your body language. A effective leader should also be clear and understandable. The more often the more you are clear, the less confusion there will be around. That's why a communication is all about clarity and active listening. We all are known about the humanity. Humanity is something humanity means caring and helping others wherever and whenever they need it. Being kind to our fellow beings.
Hello, Rudraksha. Sorry to interrupt you. It is time to conclude.
Manage failure and succeed after failing. She is indeed an inspirational personality because she says there is no chance for the welfare of the world unless the condition of woman is improved. It is not possible for a bird to fly on only one wing. Here are some of my references from where I got her information. I would like to thank all of you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudraksha. I now invite Aditya Patil from first year BBA HFM. Aditya, kindly start sharing your screen and proceed with the presentation.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, Aditya.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Aditya Jitendra Patil and I study at BBHFM first year. The topic of today is leadership essentials, and the leader that I have chosen is Elon Musk. I would like to share a quote by him. I think it is possible for ordinary people to choose to be extraordinary. Now let's begin. He was born in South Africa on 28 July 1971 and his current age is 50 years. About family, Elon Musk's father, Errol Musk, is an engineer and owns an emerald mine. His mother, Karen Musk, is a model. His siblings, Kimball and Tosca Musk. Kimball is a chef and an entrepreneur. Tosca is a producer and director for feature films, television programs, and web content. The beginning. It all started in 1981 when Elon was just 10 years old. His parents divorced, and this was the time when he got into computers. He taught himself computer programming and sold his first game in 1984 called Blaster for around $500. His education. He graduated with an undergraduate degree from Queen's University in Kingston in economics and stayed for a second bachelor's degree in physics. After that, Musk headed to Stanford University in California to pursue a PhD in energy physics, but dropped out after the second day of attending college. Leadership qualities that are exhibited by Elon Musk. Bias towards action, aggressive optimism, work ethic is equal to or more than your goal. Know and live your priorities. Know your mission. Solve big problems first. Focus on the cause of problem and not the symptoms. Startups. Zip2. Elon and his brother created Zip2, a company that provided and licensed online city guiding software to newspaper. He back and received 22 million for himself. X.com. X.com was an online bank co-founded by Elon Musk and several others in 1999. In March 2000, he merged it with Confide Inc. and was renamed PayPal. Later, in 2002, Musk earned his first billion when he sold PayPal to eBay for $1.5 billion. SpaceX. It is an aerospace manufacturer, space transportation service, and communications corporation, founded in 2002 by Elon Musk with the goal of reducing space transportation cost and to enable colonization on Mars. Tesla, launched in 2003, is an electric vehicle manufacturing company. Tesla designs and manufactures affordable electric cars. Other startups include SolarCity. SolarCity was founded in 2006 by his brothers, Peter and Lyndon. It manufactures and installs solar roof tiles. Neuralink. Neuralink Corporation is a neurotechnology company developing implantable brain machines interfaces. It was founded by Elon Musk and others in 2016. The Boring Company. The Boring Company is an American infrastructure and tunnel construction service company founded by Elon Musk in 2016. The Boring Company, not a flamethrower. Elon Musk created a flamethrower for recreational purposes and wanted to sell it, but couldn't due to shipping restrictions with flamethrower. Elon came up with a creative idea. He renamed the product to not a flamethrower in order to ship it. These are the company logos. And this is the flamethrower. Big moments. SpaceX Dragon. In 2016, SpaceX Dragon docked at the International Space Station, ISS, making history as the first commercial company to launch and berth a vehicle to the International Space Station. Tesla Autopilot. In 2014, Tesla Motors announced its first autopilot. Its system is capable of lane control with autonomous steering, braking, and speed limit adjustment. Elon also believes that the system will soon be capable enough to work without human oversight. Falcon 9 landing. In 2016, after many failed attempts, SpaceX successfully landed its Falcon 9 rocket on a drone ship at sea after launching it into space for the first time, changing the economics of space flight forever. Richest person on the planet. In 2021, Elon Musk became the richest person with a net worth of $182.9 billion, surpassing Jeff Bezos by around $1 billion. According to Forbes, he currently stands at the top with a net worth of $335 billion. Future plans. Mars. SpaceX intends to land on Mars by 2025 and wishes to colonize Mars in 40 to 100 years. Musk has said that he would like to die there if possible, though not an impact. References for the same are from YouTube, Forbes, Tesla, and Anders. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Aditya. On behalf of Seminar Cell, Department of Management Sciences, PUMBA, I, Roshni Kaur, extend a sincere acknowledgement towards each and every student presenter for delivering such a wonderful and insightful presentation on the topic Leadership Essentials. Today we had an opportunity to hear from all of you, and I'm sure that this will definitely add value to our lives. I also thank Dr. Veer sir, Ravi Shirsagar sir, and Dr. Joshi sir for being with us here today. I thank everyone for contribution in making this event a success. Now I hand over the session to Chavi.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. I am Chavi Thakre, co-coordinator of Seminar Cell, BBA, from BBA HFM, Department of Management Sciences, and I will be taking forward the session. For the Global Summit 2021, I welcome all our esteemed session speakers, Mr. Amit Datta, Director, Commercial Licensing, Stanley Black & Decker, UK. Ms. Ashwini Chitnis, Vice President, Brand and Marketing at Dubai Holding, UAE. And Mr. Chris Francis, Executive Director, Crater Real Estate, Ontario, Canada. And I would also like to mention the presence of our faculty members, Dr. Shilpa Bhide, Dr. Deepa Prasad, and Dr. Aarti Prabhu, and all our attendees for taking out their precious time from their busy schedule. Now, I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Deepa Prasad Venkatraman, our course coordinator for BBA in Hospitality and Facilities Management. Over to you, ma'am.
Everyone.
Deepa ma'am, you're on mute.
Okay. Thank you, Chavi, for the very warm welcome. And good afternoon, everyone from India. A warm welcome to Global Leadership Summit 2021 to all our esteemed panel members. The session for today is Change Creates Leaders and Leaders Create Change. And we could not be having better speakers on board with us to speak on the topic today. In today's session, our guest speaker, we'll start with Mr. Amit Datta, and then Ashwini Chitnis, and then Mr. Chris Francis. They'll resonate the vision on the session theme for today. And with me, my colleague, after hearing your vision, we will open it for question and answers with the audience as well as our students. We look forward to a very exciting and invigorating session. Our first speaker today, Mr. Amit Datta, Director of Commercial Licensing at Stanley Black & Decker. He's currently taken a new leadership position and leading international growth across China, India, Southeast Asia, Northeast Asia, previously responsible for Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. I think, sir, it's befitting to say that you have traversed across the globe, successfully commercializing international partnership through your company. A brief spotlight on his educational journey. He graduated in hospitality management, worked with Nestle Confectionery, Movenpick, Swiss Premium Food, an alumnus of the very famed Nottingham University Business School, and went on in his corporate journey across Bosch, Power Tools, Reckitt, Nestle, to name a few. And his career spans across exciting spread of products, region, and culture. Mr. Datta, if I may say, is an aficionado of sports. That's putting it very mildly. He likes skydiving, enjoys running, mountain biking, water rafting, and very passionately involved at grassroots level with cricket. We look forward to hear your vision, sir, because being a part of 14.5 billion corporate with 56,000 employees, global employees, your company is ranked as in the world as the best employer by Forbes 2021. No small feat in current situation. We like to hand over the mic to Mr. Datta, and a very warm welcome again, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Dr. Deepa. Well, first of all, hello and good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank PUMBA, Dr. Deepa, Dr. Shilpa, Dr. Surbi, Dr. Aarti, and the student coordinators for inviting me and the panelists to this discussion. Especially also, congratulations on the Golden Jubilee year for the university. I'm really excited to be here today, actually, for two reasons. So the first, and in fact, both of them are personal. The first one is I actually studied in Pune. I went to school. Both my brothers and sisters graduated from the Pune University. One is a doctor, the other one, was in the Navy. And as a child, I remember, even as a student, I have really fond memories of first learnings of leadership and life learnings coming out of Air Force Station Lohegaon, and I studied at KV number 1. The first thought that comes to my mind is, even when I was a student, I used to write letters to myself 20, 30 years, forward, saying, how, I kind of wonder what life would be in like 20, 30 years. So, through this topic today, it gives me a great opportunity to speak to all you young people, almost traveling back in time and, drawing on my experiences. The second reason why I'm really excited to be here is because of Dr. Deepa, Chris, and Ash. The three of us go back together almost more than 30 years now. So we studied in university together. And I can see the smiles on everybody's faces because we have, the same feelings as, some of you, sat here and kind of listening to us. There's a very famous movie in India. I hope some of you have seen it, called Dil Chahta Hai. And in that, there is a scene in the end when Amir Khan is driving down and he stopped on a red light and he turns across to, see students in the university, and he sees himself and his friends there. So it's a bit like us for that today. So with that said, it's absolutely a privilege to be here today and speak with some of you. I would like to first start by saying that I'm going to talk about 3 areas today. I know leadership is a very broad topic. The topic for the day is changing paradigms of leadership. Unfortunately, we can't cover all of leadership in an hour or hour and a half. But what I've chosen to do is to select 3 areas. And I'm going to speak a little bit on the soft side of leadership, on the soft skills, right? When I joined about 10 minutes early, and I noticed that there were Rudra and Aditya who were talking about Dr. Shaw and Elon Musk, and they spoke about motivation and things like that. So I'm going to address three sort of areas. And like Deepa introduced, I'm going to draw on my experiences, having worked across, India, Asia Pacific region, Africa, Middle East, and Europe. To kind of help you think about a few things that might help you as you grow forward in your careers. So the first of the 3 concepts that I'm going to talk about is around strengths and weaknesses, right? And this goes to say that all of us, irrespective of who we are, have strengths and weaknesses. We always have to identify what our strengths are and what our weaknesses are. We have to work on our weaknesses to improve them, but I'm going to focus on strengths. And I'm going to say that let's call the strength superpowers. And I'm saying this intentionally because it sticks in your mind that the word superpower is something that's very individual to all of us. And believe you me, all of us have a superpower, if not 1, 2, or 3, right? So I want all the students here to take 10 seconds today and think about what are the 3 superpowers that you have. You don't have to share it with anybody, just think sort of within yourself and keep them to yourself. And I'll draw on my experiences, right? So when I look at myself and my past, when I was young and I, kind of grew up, there were 3 superpowers that I think have helped me through my career and also specifically in leadership. The first one is family. The second is friends. And the third is dreaming. I'm going to talk about them a little bit. So family, because family always stands by you. So, and you will see this in my examples as I talk forward, that there will be times of failures, and during those failures, it's the family who always stand by you. So that definitely is a superpower, and it's for me, it's a non-negotiable. The second one for me personally is friends. And when I say friends, I really mean the fact that I like the opportunity of meeting new people, breaking the ice, and being curious about who people are. So if I'm sitting on an airport, got nothing to do, I've got a flight to take in 30 minutes or 1 hour, and I'm just sitting on my phone, I'd probably just say hello to the guy sat next to me and say, right, who are you? Try and make a connect and find out what they do and make a connection and have a joint sort of conversation to that. So that I would say is my second strength. And the third one is dreaming. So I kind of alluded to you about writing letters to myself in the future, but I've always been a dreamer. I've always had that thought about where I want to go in life. And I believe those three were my main strengths. So I would really encourage this group to think about superpowers and to think about strengths. And I'll connect this to the latter part of the conversation and how this fits into the broader story as you go through your journey in life. The second concept that I want to talk about is success and failure. Now, when you look at success and failure, I want you to think about a journey where you are looking at yourself further down, let's say 30 years from now, and thinking that is my success, and you're standing at the bottom, and this is where you are today, right? And think of the journey in terms of steps. So there are steps that you've got to reach, and you've got to go to that journey. Now, everybody has a different idea of where success is. You might have your own different idea of success. I might have my own idea. That's absolutely fine. But I want you to think about that as a journey and the steps in between that actually take you to that journey. And then I want you to think about success and failure, right? So when you're looking at your success, do not forget that each of the steps that you take to reach your success point is actually a failure or a type of failure that you would step on. And a failure is nothing but an opportunity for you to pause, think, stand up again, and push yourself further and go on. So if anybody who tells you that I've reached my success point and I've never had a failure, think twice, because that's not always the truth. You have to walk success and failure, kind of work together. I'll give you one example, right? So in my lifetime, I've had lots of failures. There was a time when I worked in Movenpick Swiss Premium Ice Creams in India. This was around the year 2000. And I used to manage the business development for South Asia. On one of the days, we had our MD, who was Kiwi, somebody from New Zealand, based out of Switzerland. He came to India, and as MDs come over, sometimes you have to do presentations, take them to market visits. So it was my job. I was identified as somebody who had to travel with him in a car for half a day and show him around the market in Delhi and talk to him about retail and business. So we did the presentations, and I traveled with him for 2 to 3 hours. And guess what? In those 2 to 3 hours, there was an opportunity where it was not all about business, right? When you're spending so much time with somebody in a car, you start talking about family, and you start talking about what you do in life and things like that. So that just happened. It wasn't, like another day at work. Fast forward 4 years from then, Movenpick got bought over by Nestle. So when that acquisition happened, and mergers and acquisitions happen all the time, when that happened, Nestle decided to shut down their Southeast Asia operations, and they actually let go of the majority of the workforce. And I was one of the unfortunate ones who was let go. So in the classical sense, it was a failure because I didn't have a job, I had a family to feed, and I had to do something. The point here is, like, what is it that you do? What are the choices that you make that actually set you up to propel yourself further, right? I did have the choice to join another job, and I had an offer from Pepsi, I think at the time, to join in sales. But then I spoke to my wife, and I decided that probably it's a good time for me to invest into a master's degree. So, the dreamer in me came out, and I wanted to do an MBA. So we had a little bit of savings in the bank. I had 5 to 6 years of work experience, and I came to the UK to do my MBA. So as it so turns out that when I finished my MBA, fortunately for me, my managing director, who I'd met for those 2 hours in a car, was now the managing director at Nestle in the UK. He got to know on social media I'm doing my MBA, and he said, come and interview here. Why don't you work in the UK for a couple of years? And one thing led to the other. It's been, 17 years now that I'm still in the UK. So the point to draw home here is that failures will come. It's how you stand up and spring yourself further to the next step from that failure. And the background, how you use your superpower. So you remember I said family. My family stood by me when I didn't have a job. Friends, my sort of liking for talking to people. So I spent those 2-3 hours in the car with my managing director. Somewhere in his mind, it left an sort of impression, and the dream that I wanted to go and do an MBA. So your strengths always go with you. So we spoke about strengths and weaknesses as in the superpower. We spoke about the steps on success and failure. And then the third and the last one, and this is where I will bring in the topic of the emerging paradigms of leadership, is to talk about the last, but not the least, is what I call the circle of life, right? And in that, I'll break that into two segments. So the first one is values. I would really encourage that all of you students today think about what are your values and what are the values that you want to take as a leader forward. And the reason I'm saying that is if you look at the macroeconomic environment today, the world is changing, leadership is changing. So for example, from the times of Mahatma Gandhi, which was some time ago, Martin Luther King, we now have a phenomena where we had Obama, then we had Donald Trump. Then we had in Europe, we have Boris Johnson in the UK, and then we had Brexit. We have Erdogan in Turkey. We have the dynamics in India at the moment. The world is looking inwards today. It's a more nationalistic world, and because of the macroeconomic environment that we look in today and we live in today, it impacts our business as well. So from a Stanley Black & Decker standpoint, for example, we are now having to readjust our business where a lot of our manufacturing was in the Far East in China. But with what's happening with China and the US today, we've had to reinvest a lot of the manufacturing, a lot of the teams back in the US or in Europe, et cetera. So the macroeconomic world is changing, but the real point that I'm trying to make here is that most of you and many of you, and believe me, you will be in the positions in 20 to 30 years where you will be influencing your area of leadership, whether it's at a national level, at a corporate level. The values that you bring today will change the way the world will move forward. So, think very carefully about what your values are and what is the style of leadership. Do you want to be the leadership of Mahatma Gandhi style or Donald Trump style? There's no right or wrong, but you got to make the choice yourself. That's the first one. And then the second one is something that's more closer to us as business leaders, is that with that change in macroeconomic environment, there's another thing that's changing now. So when Chris, Ash, and myself, and the likes of us went out in the 90s and the 2000s to work outside, we had the opportunity to relocate in new countries, right? What that meant was we were physically sitting in different offices, and people that we worked with in the UK, in Dubai, in the US, they saw us as different people because we spoke a different accent, we looked different, we had different cultures, but we were able to break down those barriers because we sat in the same office with them, we went for a coffee, we spoke about what our values are, and then we all thought, hey, this guy's okay, right? So you kind of had the opportunity to break that ice. In today's world, especially post-COVID, firstly, the world is getting more closer in one sense that it's very digital. So everything is on Instagram, Facebook, everything else in the news. So you know what's happening in the countries. But at the same time, individuals are getting further apart. What I mean by that is that you don't have the opportunity to sit with people face to face physically, like we are in this call now. We are not sitting with each other physically. So we will see each other on Zoom, etc., for a few minutes, and then that's it. We don't have the time to go for a coffee or have a chat with somebody, get to know about their personalities. So as a business leader, for me, this is a big challenge. So Deepa has just said to you that I'm in a new role where I'm growing the international markets, and I recently hired a team in China, in East Asia, and in Latin America. And my challenge is, how do I manage such a diverse and different team without actually having to meet them? So this is the reality for leaders today, that the business dynamics is changing. So there's a couple of things here that I wanted to add. So first one is skills and attitude. So one way of dealing with this is skills and attitude. When you get into your jobs at the start of your careers, it's very skill-based, right? You've done an MBA, which is fantastic. You all have made a good choice going to the Pune University. That'll get you a job. But as you start growing in life, that skill will start expanding because your area of influence will not just be about how well you do your job. It'll be about how well you can correlate and relate with people, how well you can help them to stand up and get them to train, how well you can take them with you. It becomes a lot more social, if I can say it in that sense. So your skill sets will change. So how do I deal with this? So with my new team, and this is where I close the circle of life, is I still use my superpowers with my team, right? So I said family, friends, and dreaming. So remember, I treat my team now like a family because I know they're so far away. If they ever fall down or they have something goes wrong, I'm with them to help them, hold their hand, and make them stand up. I treat them like friends. You remember I said about curiosity, and I really want, because especially in this world, I don't know who these people are because we talk on Zoom for 10 minutes and then we are gone. I make an effort to get to know them, get my curious side out. What does their family look like? What are their cultural, likings and dislikings? So family and friends. And the third one was dreaming. And I think this probably is something that I saw common even when Rudra was quoting Dr. Shah and Aditya was talking about Elon Musk. is to have a dream together. And I think if you can create a dream that the whole team can work on together, then when you achieve that dream, that is a success for each one of us in our own parts and collectively as well. So with that, I'm going to close the circle of life and I'm going to hand back to Deepa, but I will just remind you, there were 3 things we spoke about today. The first one was superpowers. Think about what your superpowers are. The second one was steps. So, the relationship between success and failure. And the third one was a circle of life, is what are the values as a leader that you want to take forward. With that, I'm handing back to Deepa, and I'm really looking forward to what Chris and Ash and Deepa think about this and having a conversation on the topic further. You are mute, Deepa.
Just listening to you. Thank you so much, Mr. Datta. It was so intuitive. We just enjoyed listening to you. Time has flown, and we would just waiting to have the Q&A session. So thank you so much for a wonderful talk. A second speaker for today. We're very proud. We feel very privileged. Is Ashwini Chitnis. She's Vice President, Brand and Marketing, Dubai Holding. She's a brand and marketing professional with over 25 years of experience in numerous markets, such as real estate, tourism, leisure, hospitality, and entertainment. In her current role as the Vice President, Brand Marketing at Dubai Holding, she leads the group strategic brand and marketing initiative, external brand communication and position, customer initiative, corporate events, sponsorship being part of it. Dubai Holding is a diversified global investment company in Dubai with operation in 13 countries and employees over 20,000 people, even in this current global situation. In a previous role, she worked with the Emirates Airlines and regional product and marketing manager. She's a strategic thinking, innovation in her project, has undertaken and believed in developing and training young talent. Ma'am, so much the need of the hour. And I think that is something which will really resonate with our students here today. Well, when she began, like all of us do, she graduated in sociology, economics, tourism, and hospitality management. And over the years has built a corporate ladder to be where she is now. It's a privilege to know that you're a certified member and a brand manager of Association of International Product Marketing and Management for students from PUMBA, and they'll be very, very curious to get here. To put it very subtly, I don't know if it's balanced, but she manages an amazingly hectic life, a full-time working mother of 2. And I think a mantra to do it successfully is yoga and meditation. Welcome, ma'am. It's a privilege to have you on board. Over to you, Ms. Ashwini Chitnis.
Thank you so much, Deepa, for the wonderful introduction. And Amit, it was so great to hear you speak. It was very inspiring indeed. And likewise, I feel very privileged and excited to be here. Privileged and excited because when we were students, like all of you who are sitting at the forum here, we simply did not have this amazing connection or the ability to connect to thousands of people from around the world in a forum like this, to hear from peers, to hear from counterparts, to hear from professionals in the field. We simply didn't have that exposure. And I think it's a huge responsibility on people like us to be able to impart our experience and our, if you may say so, inspiration to the potential leaders of tomorrow and the youth that are sitting here today. And from what I can see, I mean, the world has, since the time that I left college and since the time I was a student, which was a fairly long time ago, I mean, we didn't have even laptops or mobile phones or internet. We didn't know any of these words. And today we're sitting here and talking to digital natives who don't know of a world without smartphones. So imagine how much the world has changed in the last 20 years. And that's why I feel the topic of today, leaders create change and change create leaders, could not be more apt today. And you're talking about, we have the ability to influence people from all around the world. The business and the world landscape has been changing dramatically over the last 20 years as well. You have companies like Facebook, Google, Apple, Microsoft, who are world leaders today. And you have people and companies who have not been able to adapt to change and to technology. Companies like BlackBerry, companies like Kodak, companies like Yahoo, you just don't hear about them anymore. They're dinosaurs in the world today because they did not have, and their leaders did not have the ability to change and to adapt. And I think the most fundamental aspect of the universe is really change. Like somebody said, change is the only constant change is the only constant thing is change in life, So and today the physical innovation, the digital innovation has just become so much in all over the world. You no longer hear of purely physical spaces or purely digital spaces. You hear of something called phygital spaces. There are large companies like Facebook who are investing billions of dollars in concepts that we can only imagine today what they are. Something called the metaverse. Who had heard about the metaverse even a few months ago? And this is a combination. This is going to be a combination of the augmented reality, virtual reality, and physical connections. Like what Amit said, we are sitting around the world, talking to people all around the world on Zoom, but who knows what metaverse is going to be? How are they going to be able to connect virtual reality, augmented, and physical spaces? I cannot even imagine what that's going to be like. So, and I think especially post-pandemic, the world has seen an enormous amount of change in the workspace. It's no longer about physically sitting in one place and doing a business. Today, I can take my meetings anywhere in the world. I can sit and discuss with anybody around the world. So it has given us that flexibility. The physical barriers that existed in the world post-pandemic are no longer there. And it's important that we as leaders continue that change and continue that aspect of innovation and flexibility for all, for the people that work with us, the millennials and the Gen Z of today, they have enormous capacity and enormous ability to create change in many different spheres. We have heard of things like STEAM. In my children's school, they talk about STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, maths. So there are huge innovations in the digital spaces. There are huge innovations in robotics. These are going to be the industries of the future. And this is what, the youth of today can really focus on and can really take a page out of everyone's leaves and do a lot of research on these things. There are things like digital spaces, many creative industries. Who would have thought that social media influencers were even a thing even 10 years ago? And today, social media influencers make billions of dollars. From what? Just by having millions of followers on their Instagram and on their Facebook. So people have the ability to change, anything. And I think leaders, and I feel that you cannot just take the word leader only in the professional sense of the word. For me, as a mom of two, I think leaders can be both professionally and personally as well. And it's really all about emulation. You cannot expect all your teams or even your children at home to sit and listen to you when you're lecturing them. It's just not about the lecturing anymore. Millennials, the Gen Z, the creative thinkers of today's world, they want to see people and leaders in action. So if you act, they will do like you do. If you lead by example, they will follow your lead. If you tell your team do this, but they see you doing something completely different, they're not going to respect you. So no matter if you have the position and the power, you're not going to retain that for a very long time. So you have to go down to the grassroots level. I love what Amit said about, treat your colleagues as your friends, be curious about them. This is really what the workforce of today wants. Gone are the days when there were all of these artificial boundaries of like, oh, I'm the boss and you are these, because tomorrow the tables can be turned. The world is so dynamic today. It's really constantly the changing paradigms of leadership. And I feel in all of these industries that I mentioned today, the youth of today have a massive ability to create that impact. And it's really, back to what you said, Amit, think about, the youth need to think about what is true, what is, and you can't change everything in the world. So you have to take what are the top 3 or 5 things in the world that are really personal to you, that motivate you, that challenge you, and that inspire you, and use these 3 or 5 principles as your guiding light, because you don't know where you're going to be 20 years from now. Even if you chart a path to your success, the universe has a way of changing things. You cannot always expect what's going to be next. And money is a motivator for a small amount of time, but it's certainly not going to be the key motivator. The motivation has to come intrinsically, and it can only come by talking about these 3 or 5 things that are really true to your heart. Like if for Amit, it was family, it was friends, and it was the circle of life. For you, it might be your ethics, it might be your morals, it might be, I don't know, it might be, teaching your community, for example. So no matter what your goal is, you have to be passionate about it, and you have to pursue it with a vengeance, and you have to be disciplined all the way through. So I feel that the leaders of today and the youth of today have a massive ability to make an impact, because the world is changing and people are willing to listen to this change, unlike maybe 20 or 25 years ago. So with that, and I really look forward to being part of the panel discussion, and lots of thoughts and ideas and the topics to be discussed, I'm sure. So yeah, I'll hand over back to Deepa now.
Yeah, a big clap here to me too. Ashwini ma'am, Ashwini Chitnis ma'am, just wonderful to hear. Being intuitive is putting it very mildly, but we'll come to a session later. Thank you so much. Our next speaker for today, for the panel discussion, is Miss Chris Francis, I'm sorry, sir. Executive Director, Crater Real Estate, Ontario, Canada. Co-founder, Flourished Technology Limited, DIFS in Dubai. He started currently. Mr. Chris has more than 25 years of real estate development and advisory experience world over in 40 countries in Middle East and Africa. He was involved in a mix of UNESCO designated site to mega destination retail up to 1 lakh residential units worthy or in excess of about 1 trillion USD. He's been involved in various projects, development, advisory, numerous master plan projects, sports, leisure development, iconic tower projects, affordable housing, healthcare, education, to name a few. He's passionate about ensuring there's tangibility and transparency in real estate class across geographies. I'm sure India is also one country you like to work in. This allows investors to take more fact-based and informed decisions. Democratizing real estate is what he says. An asset class with highest entry barriers is something which he's looking at with the use of technology. Recently and currently he has started, and it's fantastic that we have people from all across the globe. And we have Chris, with his business partner, has founded Flourished Technology, which aims to address a very specific niche. We don't know much about it, but sir, we'll wait for more information from you. We're glad that you shared so much information as of now. It will start initially at city level, and of course, After that, they'll go international. His formal education is in economics, sociology, and of course, in hospitality management. But what he phrased, and I think which really works with us even now, and obviously to the students also, is how do you manage in the real world? And here I like to quote his example. When he was 17-year-old, he was faced with a very, very unique challenge. And at that time, he took up the challenge and founded a chocolate manufacturing business. He went on to produce 2 tons of chocolate. The experience is just not an experience or a business, but I think it gave him an insight, it became an obsession, which I think has really worked towards all the various business that he has started over customer satisfaction, quality, motivating the team, employees, and profitability. I have to mention here, sir, if I may, that I have had the privilege to taste your chocolate when you had started off, and I must say, it was amazing. Those were the times when entrepreneurship was still just a buzzword. We never heard about it. And I think for you to start that as a 17-year-old was a glimpse on how your outlook towards life was. We're very proud to have you on board, and we'd like to welcome Mr. Chris Francis to give his vision on today's session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deepa. I'd also like to thank Dr. Shilpa, Dr. Arti, Dr. Surbi for this invite. You know, before I talk about some of the, you know, the things that I believe, you know, affect leadership, I mean, through working with, you know, with clients across, you know, various different geographies, one of the things that I've seen is that you know, when presenting, when talking to people, is in about 7 to 8 minutes, I mean, people stop listening to you. And I mean, I logged on a little while earlier, and I was listening to some of the presentations by some of the students, which I think were really good. I watched a bit of the one, Amit, you spoke about the one about Elon Musk, and I think there was one other about Dr. Martin Luther King. And I said that, you know, there are 300 students here listening for like a few hours now of all of this. I mean, it's to put you all through another 45 minutes of all of us talking is certainly going to be a challenge. So I said, let me talk for 15 minutes about the farming of lettuce and cucumber. And that way we'll check if anyone's really listening or not. But on a more serious note, I think it's very important to, you know, when engaging with people, to use humor to kind of, you know, keep the conversation going and keep that bit on people being engaged. I mean, Amit, you spoke about, you know, sitting at an airport and, you know, talking to the person next door to you. And I think, I mean, we've all been through that, you know, sitting in lounges of airports waiting for our flights, which are, you know, normally always delayed. And there you can get there you can create and build some of the, you know, the best business relationships that go on to last, I mean, a lifetime. And I think, you know, that's something that's really, really critical, where you make sure that you engage in those relationships and engage with them, you know, very genuinely. And I think that's very important. I mean, was very taken up by the bits that both Amita and Ashwini brought up earlier, and I've made some notes to certainly follow in my organization as well. Thinking about today's topic, I made some notes in terms of, you know, what are the various factors that affect leadership, and I came up with 6 things that I believe are critical, and they add to the overall aspect of leadership. No doubt there'll be many more. The first one, I mean, which we're literally doing right now, is communication. And I think, I mean, this is such a critical aspect that, you know, I mean, when we were in university, when I was studying, you know, I think the emphasis that that communication is given today, in universities like yours, Deepa, is so much more than what it was 25, 30 years ago. And I think that is something which is making such a big difference. I mean, I see that in terms of young graduates that we hire even now. I mean, they're so much more, well-versed, they're so much more on the ball in terms of, communication. And I mean, just like these presentations that, I mean, right now we're people from industry, talking about things, but before this, there were a number of student presentations, which I think were excellent. I mean, to have that opportunity, at a young age to do that, I mean, it helps you evolve, helps you, develop that skill, which is, I mean, such an important skill. And I think communication is very, very linked to the ability to sell. I mean, whatever we do in life, I mean, we're always selling. I mean, there's no such role as a non-sales job. I mean, if I'm in the back office of a hotel, I'm still doing something to help the guys in the front, upsell that room, or if I'm in the kitchen of a hotel, I'm still doing something to help the food and beverage staff, deliver that service. So, I mean, I think we all salesmen at whatever job we do, and I think that's where communication is so important. I mean, that example of sitting in the the airport talking to somebody next door is, again, I mean, that's leading to a sales down the line, and whether we like it or not, we all salespeople. The second aspect, or the second C, which I think is critical, is an obsession with customer satisfaction. And I think this is something which a lot of businesses do not get right. I mean, one business that has taken this to the nth level is the largest is the largest retail organization that exists, and that's Amazon. I mean, Amazon is very, very simplistic in what they do. I mean, we want to make sure that the customer is happy. I mean, as an example, we recently ordered something from a competitor of Amazon. I had actually ordered, as an example, I actually ordered some exercise bands, delivered a float, an inflatable child float. And I mean, I called them up and I said, look, I'd like you to take back the float, which is like for a 2-year-old child, and our children are much bigger. Otherwise, I would have kept it. And get me my exercise bands. And they were like, no, sorry, we only have a return policy. So you put it back in the box, you give it to us, and we'll take it back. When you order the other item again, and it took me 3 weeks to get that item in the first place. So I was like, do you want me to take another 3 weeks to get what I should have gotten 2 days? I mean, on the other hand, Amazon deliver things in 1 to 2 days. And I watched a video recently where Jeff Bezos was talking about wanting to do same day delivery in as many cases as possible. So I think this obsession with customer satisfaction will make sure that people keep on coming back to your organization no matter what you do. The third C is confidence, and I think confidence is something which is so critical, because I mean, you as and I'm talking not just as an entrepreneur, but in whatever you do, I mean, you need to believe in whatever you're selling or whatever you're doing for others to believe in it. So as an example, I mean, think of people, like Steve Jobs, who came up with with the iPhone and a lot more. I mean, the amount of self-belief and the amount of self-confidence that they had to deliver that product, if he didn't have it, nobody else would believe in it in the first place. The fourth C, which I believe is not as common as it sounds, is common sense. And I think this is something which a lot of us just take for granted, but it's not always practiced. And I think this is something which is very, very basic, but it's something that's very, very essential. I think it's one of life's most underrated skills. The fifth C, I think, is as a leader, I think is to concede. And I think it's very important for leaders to remember that at times, and it could be many times, that they don't get it right. And I think it's important to concede and say, hey, I screwed up. I did something wrong, and here's what I learned from it. And I mean, that is such a critical skill, because the people following leaders realize that, hey, here's somebody who's actually as human as I am. And ultimately, I mean, a leader is just like everyone else. And I think that is a very, very critical skill. I'll give you a real life example of the conceding bit that I spoke about. So as part of the work I've done for the last 2.5 decades, I've advised a lot of governments on the visions for new cities, in terms of what kind of real estate asset classes they would build, over what period of time they would build it, what kind of infrastructure would be built in, what kind of expenditure would be involved. And as you'd imagine with cities, I mean, a lot of building cities is a very, very expensive proposition. I mean, so the cost of development of these cities go into the tens of billions of dollars at times, and very often the final decision on these come from the highest the highest decision maker in those particular countries. So we were presenting to a head of state, and this was like a final let's say meeting for a particular project, and he threw a question. I mean, there's obviously a whole bunch of ministers sitting there, the head of state, and everyone's trying to portray their best possible foot forward to say that, okay, this is what we're doing. And there was a question that came up in terms of building a particular part of infrastructure, which we hadn't factored in, and we did not know what it what it would cost. And he said, what would it cost me to throw in this part of infrastructure to it? And I mean, I was there standing presenting, and I thought for a moment, and I said exactly what the truth was. I said, as of now, we do not know it, but we'll come back to you on that. And I think, I mean, he paused. I mean, I could see the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Finance, all looking at each other, as in like, who have we brought here to present to this guy? And we looking silly because, yeah, he's saying he does not know. And I mean, he was fine. And I mean, he said, okay, no problem. So the meeting got over, we went back. I mean, I was at an airport seat, just like the one you were talking about, Amit, and my phone rang, and I saw it was a number that was kind of, I didn't recognize. So I answered it, and it was this head of state, and he said, and he called me up to say that, Chris, I'd like to thank you for, for being honest and telling me, hey, that you did not know about it, but you get back to me. And he said, because of that aspect, I believe in the advice you're giving me that much more, because if there's something you're not confident about and not sure about, you're saying that, hey, I don't know about it, but I'll find out about it. And I think that's a very, very good example of being real and being, being straight up and being honest. And I think that just reinforces, the bit about how, no matter who's on the other side, they accept that the fact that there'll be things you don't know. The last C that I wrote down is that of celebrating successes. And I think, we all under a lot of pressure to deliver. There are timelines, there are deadlines that we all, I mean, in the last 2 years working under COVID has obviously not been, the easiest for a lot of us. And I think it's so important for all of us to remember that let's celebrate, the fact that we've done well. Let's celebrate, the successes of our team members, and, and take the time out to enjoy that. And I think these are probably one of the most critical aspects, from a point of view of, even more so now when, I mean, we're going through a pandemic that not very many people alive today have ever gone through before. And I think these are really critical. So I'll just summarize very quickly the 6 C's that I spoke about. I spoke about communication, the obsession of over customer satisfaction, confidence, and self-belief, common sense, being ready to concede, and finally celebrating success. So I think these are 6 very critical aspects that help define, leaders of today. Deepa, I'll hand it over back to you, and looking forward to dialogue now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chris. I think the 6C you also said is concede. so important in today's life to just say that, maybe I'm not too aware, or maybe I can better in this. So yes, I think wonderfully put. Great learning for us as well as for the students. So with me, I have my colleague, Dr. Arthur Prabhu. We're going to take over the Q&A session. I will field questions between both of us, and we'll open it for all of you all. And these are questions which we have received over a period of time from students and various other people who are part of the program today. To begin with, maybe this specific question is for Ashwini, is because last 2 years, I think globally, world over, it's been tough, and I don't think there's a single country or a business or government which is not affected dealing with it. Having said that, you head Dubai Holdings in Dubai, women leadership, and how do you deal with it to make a difference? And so I have a couple of questions, because they do not be repetitive in what we ask. So one is, how does a woman leadership in a company which you manage? It's just not this last 2 years, but I'm sure everyone has evolved on how to deal with it in the last 2 years in whichever way. So what change has been brought up? The other thing is also, when you have a challenge, you did mention some of the points when you were talking about it. And I think Amit's 3 points, your point, and as well as Chris' 6 points, almost has covered it. But nevertheless, how do you overcome it to ensure that work goes on when you have these challenges? And of course, we are very specific because, I mean, it's really a privilege, ma'am, to have you out here, a woman leadership taking care of marketing in Dubai Holdings, doing well, growing, and I know that you've been really so active on it. So what are the key learnings and which you could tell, because I'm sure students today listening to you would aspire to be where you are in the coming times.
Thank you very much, Deepa, for the question. And yes, I think any leadership in turbulent times is challenging, whether you're a man or a woman. I don't think it's got to do with the gender. It's got to do with how you handle the crisis and how, as a leader, all of us have spoken about how leaders can bring about change and adapt. In the pandemic, it was exactly that. Many, our company, basically, we took stock of the situation in a time when it's all about self-preservation at that point in time. For any company, what do you do what do you do when a storm is coming up? You lock everything up. You lock everything up, and you're together safe with your family. And I think that's exactly what leaders around the world did. They took stock of the situation. We did pretty much the same thing. We tried to preserve as much business as possible. Yes, a lot of jobs were lost. But for example, now, because Dubai has seen such a boom now, we're really privileged to say that a majority of those same people have been hired back also. So, and I think that is important as a leader, admitting that, yes, there are going to be repercussions of any kind of pandemic or any kind of crisis. Even Winston Churchill said, when he was getting the UK out of the World War II, he said, never waste a good crisis. And it is really about that. So whether you're a man or a woman, you have to, there are some fundamental requisites to leadership. You have to be true to yourself. You have to be very disciplined. You have to accept the challenge. You have to galvanize your teams, mobilize your teams. It's really all about teamwork. You cannot, and you have to brainstorm. Gone are the days when leaders said, right, you do this, and this is autocratic, and you do as I say. The workforce today is changing as well. And as leaders, we need to adapt to that. Both employees and customers, they do not want to be talked down to. They want to be part of the conversation. Why are brands changing their products today? Why are brands changing their approaches today? Why is social media so popular? Because it's a two-way conversation. The employees do not want their employees to tell them what to do. They want to participate in structuring the way forward for the companies. The same thing customers want to do. I mean, Chris spoke about, do whatever it takes to make sure your customer experience is superlative. Why is that? Because retaining an existing customer is so much easier than acquisition of new customers. We all in the business. We all know what it takes to get a new customer and how much more expensive and how much more marketing dollars you have to spend to get a new customer versus just servicing the existing one. So the same thing with customers as well. Brands today, we have to have much more of a goal than just profit. Gone are the days when companies were only talking about the profit. Today's companies and consumers and customers and employees, they resonate if your brand has a higher purpose. So for example, at Dubai Holding, our tagline is for the good of tomorrow. So everything we do is linked into this brand objective. All our goals, all our KPIs, everything is dictated by for the good of tomorrow. How is it going to be good for tomorrow? So we're not just talking about profit. Yes, of course, profit is a fundamental, but you don't just talk about profit. You talk about things like sustainability. What is your company doing for global change? What is your company doing for climate change? What is your company doing for gender equality? For me as a woman in my company, I feel absolutely privileged to be working there because we have so many amazing initiatives, things from maternity leave policies, things about flexible working hours, things such as gender equality initiatives. We get to, interact and talk to a number of women leaders from around the world. A few months ago, we had my boss, she actually arranged an interview with the head of one of the Emirati women who was working in the UK as as she was leading up the consulate in the UK. So we got to talk to a political leader, for example. So these are the initiatives that we have to do as leaders, and the company has to do for their employees to ensure that all of this is handled, how you change, how you behave as a leader, how your company moves forward, we spoke about earlier as well about the values that we have both as a company and as an employee. So the brands need to resonate more with what their customers think, and they need to incorporate them in the decision making, which is why you have a lot of data gathering. Why is research so popular today? For simply all of these reasons. So yeah, and I would love to hear what Chris and Amit have to say about this topic as well.
Yeah, I was just going to add deeper to that. Actually, really good, Ashwini. I think I totally agree with you on the fact that leadership is not gender based, right? Because leadership is a skill or it's an art, but it's definitely not gender based. Having said that, I think I've seen really good, like women leaders, and I've seen really good men leaders, and I've seen equally bad men leaders and like women leaders. So it kind of depends. It's definitely not gender based. But Deepa, to come back to your point about how the pandemic and how leadership has affected pandemic, I think one of the key things that leaders need to keep in mind is almost like when you have a child, you're almost looking ahead of where the child's going to fall down, right? So, when the child learns how to walk, as parents, we look at, right, is the road ahead okay? If he falls down, he'll get hurt, or is that a soft road, or is it a hard road, right? So as leaders, you're almost looking ahead in time. And I think good leadership is defined by the fact that you're able to visualize what's coming next and react, sort of before that event actually takes place. So for example, in terms of the pandemic, when the pandemic kicked off, within our organization, we had really sort of decisive and very clear, quick, like reaction. I remember the day the lockdown happened in the UK, I was actually traveling in Germany on business with a colleague, with my boss from the US, and we were 5 of us, all from different countries, and we were sitting in a car, and literally we were told to get on a call straight away. So we all dialed from our phone, driving from one customer meeting to the other, and we were told that that's it, you need to get back to the airport and fly back to your countries. But we told them we've got $1 million customer deals. They said, no, that's not happening. You got to go back now because we don't want you to be stuck in a different country without your family, if the lockdown comes. So that was being decisive. And I would also quote, there's a very nice book by a gentleman called, Mr. Vineet Nair. He used to head HCL Tech in India. So my wife used to work for him, and I follow him quite closely. The book that he wrote is called Employees First, Customer Second. So while I totally agree with Chris and Ash that customers are always important, but in times like the pandemic, the companies that actually thought of the employees first, did far better in terms of their managing their workforce and the businesses. And one of the things, or a couple of the things that we did at Stanley Black & Decker, very similar to what Ashwini said about Dubai Holdings, the work-life balance thing. But one of the initiatives that our leadership straight away implemented was a mental health initiative, because they could see that the impact of pandemic would not just be on the productivity, but also on the mental health of people and their families. And if we don't address that today, then that is going to be an issue, not just for the people, but also for organizations as they go forward. So when I heard of that as a sort of responsible leader, I was one of the first people to sign up for a mental health first aider training. So I'm now a qualified mental health first aider, because when I talk to my teams, I can pick up signs if there's something not right in the family or something's not right, and I can have a chat with them separately and support them on that. So I think those are a couple of things. So being able to see further down the road what's coming and being able to react on it quickly and decisively, and implementing some tools that actually help your employees genuinely to go through that through that period.
I mean, just to add one bit to what what Amit spoke about in terms of employees and the how critical it is for organizations to make those decisions. And I think most organizations do this today. I mean, the way one looks at it is that employees are your first internal clients, and you treat those internal clients well, and they in turn will treat your your external clients well. And I think that's so important, because ultimately you people reciprocate the way they're treated, and if you treat people well and fairly, that's what they'll do on to others.
Before I hand over the mic to my colleague Aarti, there's one question I wanted to ask, because it's there in your what you had spoken about, Ashwini, is that you like to nurture and develop young talent. So my question to all three of you all is that with the millennials now, how do you take it forward? Because what is the leadership style? Because is it different? Not because of pandemic, but is it different to deal with millennials, because they have a very distinctive thought process, something which which we learn, I think it's only on the job. Yeah, so anyone can start. Yeah. And how do you nurture them? How do you take the young talent? Because I think for us in a country like ours, where we know that we are in a very good position, where we have a very large population, a workforce till 23 years, it's really a growing population. And technology has taken over every small city, town, village in India. So how do we take them forward?
Sure, I'm happy to start. I think millennials, okay, in a way, sometimes you think it's a bad word, but it's actually not, because it's like, oh God, these millennials. But they are the future, they are the future. And I remember when my grandfather used to tell me, my grandfather, he had one job his entire life. He started with one company and he retired in the same company. And when I started my work life, I didn't want to do that. And he gave me that advice. He said, you should go, just be stable in your job, just have one job for the rest of your life. And I did not want that. And he didn't understand my requirement for something different. And I feel we're in the same position today, where we need to understand what millennials want today. I mean, all of us, all the panelists around the world, and also Deepa and Aarti, we might have changed maybe 5 or 6 jobs in our career, or maybe 7 or 8, up to 10 maybe. But first of all, the work itself of tomorrow is going to change. Number one, we spoke about robotics, we spoke about creative industries. The millennials want to be far more entrepreneurial. Chris spoke about confidence. I mean, my 10 and 12-year-olds talk back to me like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, you know? So they are in their own right, they're very confident. They're able to communicate exactly what they want to people around them. So it's not just the millennials, it's also the Gen Z, which is the next 50 years of workforce we're talking about here. So they want different things in life. What do they want? They want to be more entrepreneurial. I asked my son and my daughter, guys, what do you think? Or, you know, would you like to be in meetings all day long like mommy? And they're like, never. They don't want to be that. So they want to have much more of a creative environment. My daughter said, I want to be more flexible. I want to be able to do my work from anywhere. I want a cool workplace. You know, so those were the kind of things. For when we joined the workforce, it was all about how long are you sitting in your office? It's all about FaceTime. It's about 9-to-5 jobs. Today, it's no longer again like that. The pandemic has only brought about that, you know, has only catalyzed that flexible working environment. Amit said something, you know, the employees are first. Employees have really given a thought about their work-life balance as well, you know, more about family requirements. And the millennials want that. They want to leave the office at 4 or 5 in the evening and go and hit the gyms and have that, you know, work-life balance. So for us, we need to cater to that. We need to be the mature people who need to understand what are the requirements and be able to cater for them in their jobs. And only then can companies across the world attract the best talent. Amit and Chris, would you like to add anything more?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say that's absolutely fantastic because, you know, the next generation and the next generations to come are, you know, I think one of you spoke about technology during your conversations earlier. I think Ash, it was you who talked about the change in technology and, you know, the sort of the new way the AI and, you know, the sort of the human and the sort of computers will work together. But I want to give one example from my work experience, which I think might relate. I recently had an individual coming to my team, a very young graduate, he joined the company a few years ago. His father, incidentally, is one of the people who's worked in the company, like Aisha's grandfather, started with Stanley, and he's been there for like 50 years or something like that. And this boy came to my team coming from a different team where he was nearly on the verge of being, you know, talked about within the HR circles that he's not performing and things like that. And he came to my team, very young lad. So I think the way I looked at it was help him in two areas, right? So at the end of the day, they are kids. They come from a different generation of technology, right? So their mental aptitude in terms of technology and speed of grasping things and the general awareness of the world is far ahead of any of us on this panel. I think just purely because we come, you know, from a different time, but they're still kids at the end of the day, right? They still need handholding and some kind of direction, however smart they might be, which is great. So what I think the thing that probably leaders we should focus on is comes back to my talk about superpowers, right? Help them find what their superpowers are. Because if you can help them find what their superpowers are, that'll give you a clue on what is the type of role that they like to do. So if you look at my company, Stanley Black & Decker, we're primarily a manufacturing company, now also selling into, you know, like digital space. But a lot of the mindset within the company is manufacturing process oriented. Somebody like this young lad who came into my team, he comes from a different world. He's not thinking manufacturing like Ashwini or kids. He's thinking technology, you know, quick, and how do I make things happen very quickly. So when I spent time with him, I realized that his strength was, obviously more digital. So what we realized, and the thing that I worked with him on, was two aspects. One was to basically let him lead. So in areas of work within my team where there was a need for somebody who had more knowledge in digital, I let him lead there because he knew more than I did. And I was very comfortable giving him that lead. And what happened was that he got the confidence that he knows something that's his superpower that others don't know in the team because he's more tech savvy, right? That gave him the confidence to stand up and to do that. And today he's been with my team for 2.5, 3 years now. He now knows that his niche is in the marketing digital space. He doesn't want to go into manufacturing and things like that. So he's progressing. He took a business when he joined my team from almost under $1 million this year, his area of business is going to close at $30 million. So he's really by himself taking it up, forward. So I think it's all about leadership. Again, is about not about telling people what to do, to Chris's point and to Ashwini's point. It's more about helping them decide what they want to do and letting them do their own thing. If they fail, you help them get up again. If they succeed, then that's great for them because they will do well.
Yeah, I mean, just one point to add on to that. I think, as leaders, I mean, I think one of the things that we need to remember is that, learning or reinforce that is that learning is an ongoing process till the time you'd say that, hey, I'm not going to work, right, any longer. And even then you need to continue to learn how to retire, I guess. And one of the things in terms of learning from the Gen Zs and the millennials and is that, I mean, their ability to let's say move from the virtual world into the physical world is so seamless. And I think I think this is something that I certainly have difficulty, making that transition. And I think a simple example is that, on my phone, I prefer having WhatsApp, without the notifications, so that it doesn't pop up and, hit me all the time and interfere with everything I'm doing. Rather than and have to go into WhatsApp to look at it, rather than have the message come up, deal with it and then go back to what I'm doing. And I think it's that ability to let's say swap and transition so quickly, which is something that I see as an area that I need to learn and develop further. So I think it's constantly a two-way thing. I mean, it's yes, that generation, and a lot of you students out there who are listening to us, go on about this is, I mean, you're certainly, there's a lot we can learn from you, and the other way around as well. So I think as long as one has that approach to life, I mean, it's certainly the right approach.
Give it
Hi.
over to,
Yes. Hi. Thanks. I've been waiting to ask some questions. Really very fired up, and I have to make an observation. Couple of. One is that yes, 7 minutes is the attention span. Who would know it better than us teachers? But all three of you have been so great. Each word you've said, and I can see a lot of students here with me. We're all glued onto the screen. So thank you for that. And Mr. Datta, you mentioned about 3 superpowers, and I can see angelic wings behind in the background. We are all very inspired and ignited. So the first question that was asked to you on, the crisis management and motivating employees was asked by Sanchita and Mendes, both of whom are in the first year of BBHFM. So I hope you answered that very well. And coming to the next one, again from Aniket, first year student from BBHFM. We've taken these questions in advance. And students, as we are fielding your questions here, please feel free to put your questions on the chat, and we can take it up for you, or you could just unmute yourselves and ask the questions here. The next question comes from Aniket, and he's saying that how does a leader set the stage for change? Also about disruption that is going on, and what is your advice to youngsters on this disruption and change management that it brings in? Over to the three of you, and leave it open for any one of you to answer.
Well, I can take it since both Ash and Chris are mute at the moment. So yeah, I think that's a very good question, Aniket, and thank you for asking the question. To be honest with you, it's something that Chris said was common sense, right? So I think change brings an opportunity for us to sit back and look at what is the impact of this change, right? It's not just for the sake of change that you want to make a change, it's the impact that the change will make that you need to think about and find a solution to. One of the things that we've encouraged within our teams is listening. And what we did was when we forecasted that this change was coming, we did not make policies that were top-down driven. And a lot of this comes back to the conversations, that we've had, is that The workforce is very diverse. People are younger, older, all sorts, right? And every change that happens is not going to be a standard change and will not impact everybody the same way. So the first step for me is to listen, is to find out firstly, understand what the impact of change is, and then get an opinion from the teams on how does this impact them. So what are the different things that the team wants us to think about? So for some people, let's say, if you're in your early stage of life as a youngster, the change might impact you because you might be living in some other place, you're paying a rent, your family's in some other location, you want to go back to your parents' house, you want to work from home from there. There might be issues that are more related to your area where you're in life. But then somebody who's married, they might have kids. So like Ashwini and Chris and myself, we've had to adapt because our kids were, during the pandemic also working, well, not working from home, but schooling from home. Me and my wife were also working from home. And imagine, the husband-wife kind of relationship is different, but when you're working in the same house, you're almost working like peers. That's slightly different again. So you got to work through those dynamics. So, and then for the older people, it's slightly different because they have not the natural ability to work with technology, like Chris said. Like for us, I mean, I'm not calling Chris an older person, definitely not. But we don't have that much of ability in terms of getting to grips with technology like kids do. So every age group has a different impact on it. So I would say first thing, recognize what the change is and what the implications are. Second, discuss with the relevant people on how it impacts them differently. And the third is that's when you take the feedback and then you come up with a policy or a decision that would help different people with flexibility. So if you make a rigid policy that's going to be one for all, it's not going to work. I mean, life change is like a river, right? If the river is flowing and you go with the current, it takes you very quickly to the path that you want to go to. But if you fight the current, it breaks you. So you've got to have that flexibility in life where you can actually give a policy which is broad line, but has enough flexibility for each of us to individually be able to work within that framework and get the productivity up.
I would like to add to that because I think it's a great question. I want to take that in two parts. The first one is to address the disruption bit, which I think is a fantastic topic to talk about because it directly connects to the change about leaders and leaders creating change. I'm reading a fantastic book right now by Alec Ross, and it's called Industries of the Future. And it's a heavy read, but phenomenal. It's taken me weeks and weeks, but it's really heavy digestion. And there he talks about the evolution of jobs. In the 1900s, you had the Industrial Revolution, where millions of jobs were created. They moved from agriculture and farming to companies and factories. And it was all about that. And it was about, mining and assembly line techniques and all of that, right? Production, mass scale production, cars and all of that. In the 2000s, now we're talking about completely digital revolution. We're talking about the internet taking things by storm. We're talking about, startups and entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley. And you're talking about, blockchain technologies and artificial intelligence and all of these buzzwords and cryptocurrencies. So we just don't know what the future is going to bring. I mean, in one of the colleges that we went to in terms of, we were looking at my daughter getting admission into, sorry, there's a fly over here. He's listening very attentively. And the principal told us, guys, in the next 15 to 20 years, we don't know what jobs your children are going to be doing. So we don't know what to prepare them for, but we will prepare them to be innovative, to be experienced, to take on, to be able to be versatile enough and emotionally strong enough to take on anything that comes. So, and I mentioned before in my introductory talk as well that students, because of disruption, students and the youth today can create massive amount of impact and have massive opportunities and lots of creative technologies and skills that were never heard of before. Robotics, artificial intelligence, data analytics, research, science, sustainability. Sustainability is a huge topic because people and governments and companies, they want to truly understand what are these UN sustainable goals? How can companies really plug into that, environmental change and save the planet more or less? So there is a lot of food for thought. Gone are the days when, in India, it was always very traditional. Yes, oh, you should either become a doctor or an engineer, or, a lawyer, something like that. In 15 years' time, lawyers' jobs are most likely going to be obsolete. Lawyers in the traditional sense, because there are going to be, templates online which you can just download, or opinions online where you can just hire anyone to give you professional advice. So this is the level of disruption that is really going to change the world, and students and the youth of today need to be prepared for that and equipped for that. The second aspect of the question that you asked is about the change, and especially during the pandemic. And yeah, I fully agree with Amit what he talked about, the policies and so on. We managed, as a company, we managed an entire merger and acquisition in the middle of a global raging pandemic. So there were 10,000 more people from the other company that we migrated into our company. So you can imagine the massive amount of sweeping change that was required to not only accept this new influx of people, but to change dramatically their company culture to ours. And it was a massive challenge because everyone was sitting at home on their laptops, not even knowing what barely the other person looked like. Like what Amit said earlier, you didn't know whether they liked tea or coffee. You didn't know anything about them. And you were expected to lead that team, and you were expected to motivate that team and challenge that team and cooperate with the team and co-create and collaborate. It was next to impossible. So we had to do many things. Like I think somebody said earlier as well, it was about the emotional challenge of the employees. So we created a lot of digital forums, simple things like online cooking competitions, online quizzes, about the company, about general knowledge about Dubai. And, we encourage a lot of cross promotion opportunities where each team had to meet the other digitally and introduce themselves and give a small presentation about what they looked like, 20 years ago and so on, or in their childhood. So these were the ways we tried to break down the barriers and created that change in the middle of a pandemic without anybody ever leaving their homes, sitting in front of a laptop. So it is very much possible if your leaders are able to create that atmosphere for change. So if you're a leader, I would say don't complain about the change, accept and adapt and move on, and think about how you are going to implement that change or address that change in a very positive way.
Ashwini, if I may, can I ask you a question on that actually? Because this is quite an interesting topic, and I'd be very curious to hear what Chris thinks about it, because he's kind of used to more strategic, big scale thinking. But before I say that, I'll give you one example. I think what you said about people changing with changing times and the disruption. So when my son was going to go to prep school, which is basically kindergarten, he had to do a writing test. And I remember when he did the test, and I think, Ashwini, I told you the story. His principal actually made a comment saying that she's noticed that the children's handwritings are getting worse in the newer generations because the children are using their fingers more on digital screens rather than using those muscles for writing. And she could see that as a change, as a physical change in very young children, that their muscle strength is changing from being writing to tap. And if I take that, scale that up, Ashwini and Chris, what do you think? Because I think with all this news about Tesla getting up with these new self-driven cars, our robots landing on Mars and all of that, there is obviously this big shift towards AI and technology kind of managing mankind, right? And I know I'm talking big scale now, but what is your advice for these young kids today? Because there is an element of this whole AI, artificial intelligence type of space coming in the future. And then humanity, as in the values of human beings, and how do those correlate with each other? And what would be your advice to, this young generation and how to think about this? Like, because in 10 years' time, the world will be different, than it is today.
I can answer that question more as a mother than a professional person, because when you're a mother, you want your child's handwriting to be perfect. You want their spelling to be perfect. Because I learned to write cursive, and Amit, I know you mentioned before that I have great handwriting. So I wanted that in my kids, and I wanted them to read, and I wanted them to, you have so many expectations of what a youth should be or what a child should be. For I think the first and foremost lesson in parenting, or as well as in professional management, forget about what you're expecting from the team, and just forget about what the preconceived notions of what a child should and should not have, and what a youth should and should not have. If you go back to thinking, where are they going to use their handwriting? They all type their reports and their homework on the laptop now. And they're equally versatile and equally vocal, and effectively create and co-create all their papers and homework and everything. So that's number one. Spelling, how important spelling? You saw they actually abbreviate everything they write. Tomorrow doesn't become TOMORROW, it's TMRW. If you're reading their WhatsApps or their texts or messages, you have no clue what they're saying. So, and this is the generation that we are going to be interacting with, and you cannot lose that connection. So you, again, once more, you have to adapt. You can't complain, oh, your beti, you're not like this, beti, you're not like that. No, you change for them, and incorporate them, befriend what they try and learn about them. I try and play games with my son online. Because, although I'm really bad, I keep crashing the cars all the time. And he's like, Mommy, what is this? You don't even know how to do this. So, but the minute you incorporate them in that conversation in their lives, they feel open enough that they can talk to you. And I think it's the same with, with the leaders, with employees, with anyone. So that's my take on what you just said.
I mean, just one bit to add on that. I think there's a little bit about, so I see the bit that y'all both talk about in terms of writing skills, but I think there's this element of balance that's needed, and I think it's important to impress on the youngsters, on the kids, that look, I mean, one day your phone battery may have died out, you may have to actually write something down. I mean, so what's going to happen then? But I think, again, it comes down to discussing things in a logical manner, and I think it's important that they, just like you see their point of view, and understand that they're going to be writing everything on notes or whatever platform that exists on their phone. I mean, writing skills are also important. I think one of the very important aspects is, I mean, if you think today of with regards to books, the two ways of looking at books. You can you can listen to an audio book, or you can read the book, right? And I think the skills that you, or the whole analysis that happens in your mind by reading it yourself, and processing it by actually reading it. I mean, that kind of analysis is very different from when you're just listening to something when you're driving to work or whatever. So I think I think it's important to have, it comes down to there being no right and wrong answer in this, but it's important to have those other skills as well.
Well, so I'm going to ask you a question, because I think you're always the last, and you have just a bit to say about. So maybe you begin with this. Is that
Deepa ma'am? Hi, Deepa ma'am, can I just interrupt you? No, we're not done. Actually, we have very few minutes left. But we see the chat box is getting very active with a lot of questions. So can we park our questions, probably get to the audience? It'll be nice. And before, can we do that? And I would invite the panelists to have a look at the chat box. But before that, a quick mention, we have another guest in the next session here, Mr. T.S. Shankar, who joins us from Singapore. And he has a question. So maybe I'll take that question, followed by students. If you're here, quickly ask your questions. So coming to the question that we have here from Mr. T.S. Shankar from Singapore. And he says that the gig economy with roles that are not permanent, how does leadership evolve there in gig economies where the roles are not permanent? That's a question coming in from Mr. T.S. Shekhar.
I think that's a fantastic question, Shankar, because we need to be equipped as leaders to understand that work roles are changing. There is not, in the future, there's not going to be 9-to-5 jobs, you know. So as leaders, you have to be equipped for that. And people are going to be much more entrepreneurial. So the leaders have to change accordingly. If you're an entrepreneur, then you don't need a boss, because you're going to be working in a co-sharing space with people who you might not even know. So it's really all about the adaptation. It's really all about understanding the temperamental or the temporary aspect of that work. I mean, a leader might be only there for 3 days. And move on to the next project and the next project and the next project. And the leader might be multi-managing a number of people around the globe. Who knows how that's going to evolve? So the only thing is that you have to be equipped for the change, and you have to be able to understand that the work that we see today is not going to exist in the future.
Just to add to that, I think, well, firstly, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Shankar, and you know, it's a really good question, because I think about this a lot, and I think the future holds that I'm not so concerned about how the work stream will evolve, because I think the younger generation is definitely a lot more adaptable and flexible than us. So from a perspective of, will the new generation be able to kind of take that style of work where there is no permanency? I think my hunch is the answer is yes. I think they're quite flexible. They'll be able to deal with it. Absolutely. My concern is more around and I kind of alluded to that earlier, is the human element and the value side of it, right? With people working in non-permanent roles as leaders, how do we ensure the connectivity and the common objective that we want to deliver at the end of the day, right? So it's well and fantastic that people will work in this new format. My sort of question, and I don't have an answer today for you, is probably how do you link that connectivity so that it's all coming to a common objective, so that people actually have vision of something that they're doing together, and where does the human value and the element come into play there, because you're all kind of working in silos. So unfortunately, I can't answer the latter part of your question, but the first part of the question, yeah, definitely. I think the world is already there. More than the leaders, I think the followers, who are the future leaders, are already in that space. You talk to the young generation, they don't want permanent jobs today. They want the flexibility to be able to jump from one to the other and keep the excitement. They are driven by adrenaline, which is basically on how exciting the role is. You know, I want to get into this and then get onto something next. So from that standpoint, I'm not concerned.
Do we have
Yes,
time?
thank you. And yes, students, if you're there, you can just unmute yourself and ask your questions. The panelists would love to hear from you. So I can see Sunil, Vani, and MBA students. Akshay, please go ahead. You've raised your hand too. So quickly, we have the last 5 minutes. Rapid fire your questions onto the panelists, and we are all ready, all set. Over to you, students.
Yeah, thank you, Aarti ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to ask the questions to the beautiful panelists that we have today. So yes, it's been great to hear you three of actually getting lots of insights out of the changes and the leadership essentials. My question is, when a person sitting at a leadership position in the top level management tries to bring certain changes in the systems that he's working with, it won't be like that changes would be adapted by the system in a day or in day or two. It will take a couple of months or years too. So how difficult is to have that patience when you are proposing a certain change that needs to be brought into the management? So how difficult that to have that patience to see the success that comes out of the changes that you are proposing to the system?
It is very difficult to have the patience, but it is an absolute requisite to have the patience. You won't be able to carry out that change. So first of all, you have to understand as a leader, why are you introducing the sudden rapid change? Is it the circumstances that have brought about, for example, the pandemic? Is it something that you have not been able to influence as a company, as a business? Is it the third force that has inspired or required the change, or is it some drastic vision change within the organization? What is the reason for the change? Number one, identify. Or is it just somebody waking up one fine day on the wrong side of the bed, deciding to make a policy change? So you need to understand what is the reason, what is the fundamental reason for the change. Once you've established that and rationalized that internally and externally, then you just go about saying, fantastic, this is going to be good for the organization. You list your pros and your cons, you make a game plan, and then you just forge ahead. Yes, and you're absolutely right. It can take 5 days to 5 months to 5 years to make the change, depending on how massive the change would be. So can I just give you an example? In our company, I would just like to talk a little bit about gender equality here, because the forum hasn't addressed that, and I know we have the last few minutes. First of all, some key statistics. Women and girls make half of the world's population, and therefore 50% of the potential. Today, worldwide, you're talking about 53% of women engaged in the labor force versus 80%. In India, you're talking about only 20% of the total labor force that is women. So that is shockingly terrible for a staggering country like India, which has 1-point-something billion people, and a huge population is the youth. So this is a drastic change, which to answer your point, will take maybe 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, but we all have to stick together in that. That the statistics are not good today, but what are we going to do as a country, you guys as youth, we as leaders, to be able to effect that change? And men have to lead it too. It's not just about the conversations you have with women. Men and women have to equally change. And I think you, for example, as youth, have to go back to your relationships, to your families, to your friends, try and understand the value systems. What are the stereotypes that exist today? So again, another change that I'm trying to bring about personally, when I have chores at home, I make sure that my girl and my boy do the same chores with the same amount of weightage. It's not that the boy doesn't get to do the chores, the girl gets away with the chores. Nobody gets away with the chores. They have to make their beds, they have to wash the dishes, they have to set up the tables, both equally. And we have to reinforce this equality right from the beginning. They have to cook a meal once a week together. So it also teaches them how to co-create and collaborate together between male and female. So I think you have to go back and talk to this change will take a long time. It's not a 5-day change, it's not a 5-month change, it's years of change. So all of us have that responsibility to go back, look at the relationships, and try and influence our families, our friends who might be thinking differently. So this is what I would really like to add.
Any other students? We have Sunil Vani who's asked a question. He'd like to ask Mr. Chris Francis the question. Sunil, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, Sunil, please go ahead, and probably this could be a second last question, and please carry on, Sunil.
Thank you, Miss Aarti. Good afternoon, panelists. So my question to Mr. Chris Francis is, sir, I agree with your point about concede a lot, but I have heard more about fake it till you make it. So it contradicts with your point concede. So can I get a better more about this?
Sure. Yeah. So I actually saw that on the chat window, and I need to clarify that I did not log off when I saw the question because I didn't want to answer it. But my net connection threw me out, and then I came back. In fact, I tried very hard to come back because I wanted to answer your question. So thank you for raising. Not to do that like every 10 minutes, or you cannot do that every half an hour. I mean, then it's purely a question of just not not knowing your man. There will be, instances when you won't know something, and let's say holding a hand on your heart and saying, I don't know this one is much more stronger and has a more real and right end result rather than faking it. Because think of it, let's say, for example, going back to that example, the infrastructure that was going to be put in there was a new airport. Okay, now let's say that airport cost, the approximate cost of that was, the same example that I gave you was about $800 million. Okay, let's say if I said it was 300 million. That's only $500 million out, right? That could have serious repercussions down the line. So I think it's important to remember that you obviously need to go prepared. You need to have your facts there, but there will at times be things that you don't know. And of course, like I said, it can't be every 10 minutes. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, it does. Sunil. Great. We are actually, there's so many questions, but I think we'll have to, for now, close the session. And I invite Mihir, who is the student coordinator, to do a quick vote of thanks for the panel here. Over to you, Mihir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Hello, all. As we conclude this very engaging session on leaders create change and change create leaders, I am Mihir Kulkarni. On behalf of Seminar Cell, would like to extend a big thank you to Ms. Ashwini Chitnis, Mr. Chris Francis, and Mr. Amit Datta. Listening to you, ma'am and gentlemen, has been an inspiring and enlightening experience. I, for one, can say that we'll continue to imbibe and gain from you, your words and wisdom. A hearty thank you to our teachers, Dr. Deepa Prasad ma'am and Dr. Arti Prabhu ma'am, for their support and guidance in enabling this session. To each student who has participated, volunteered, and been a good audience. Your contribution and presence has helped in the success of this session. Thank you all, and do stay connected with we bring you to the final valedictory session. Thank you.
Vidya ma'am is here, so I'll quickly, you've been in communication with her from the very beginning. So Amit, Chris, and Ashwini, you can have a, maybe just quick hi with her before we leave off. Jan ma'am is here. Yes. Ma'am, this is actually Jan ma'am. She's been instrumental to ensure all of you are on board, and I think maybe they'll just like to have a moment with all of you all.
A big thanks to all of you. It was a pleasure listening to all, especially those small insights about kids that were being discussed about handwriting and cooking together is something very innovative. And thank you so much. We'd love to have you on the campus sometime. And heartfelt gratitude to all participants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
We absolutely loved the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Yes, it was amazing. Amazing. You all three of you gelled very well. And Arti, Deepa, madam, thank you so much for bringing us all together on this table. Thank you. Shilpa, madam, thanks.
Amazing panel discussion. Thank you all for being here. This has made our seminar a big success. Thanks to all of you. Thank you so much.
Really appreciate the kind words.
Your kind words, yeah.
It's a pleasure.
The second day when everything begins to slow down, you have really excited us all, especially at this lunch time. But we are all glued to the screen, as Aarti said, listening to all of you. Thank you.
And ma'am, I really want to mention, because once you said that, I'm really thankful to three of them, because we gave them a very short deliberate time. And the moment we got in touch with them, of course, thanks again, Amit. And it's so passionately you said yes, I think, and I think your talk today showed that. So thanks three of you all, just to say yes immediately once we reached out. And I am sure, as ma'am said, we'd like to keep being on board on various aspects, especially when you come down to India.
Sure. We'd love to visit personally. Thank you.
We'd love to have you on campus. Thank you so much, madam.
Well, thank you very much. Have a good weekend and good luck for the Golden Jubilee year.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, and see you all sometime. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much to everyone for being present and being part of today's grand event. I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to our chair for today's session, Dr. N.S. Umrani, Pro Vice Chancellor, SPPU, Dr. Surbhi Jain, Head of Department, DMS PUMBA, and our honorable guests, Mr. Shankar T.S., Cross-Border Trade and Payments, Banker, TradeStream, and Mr. Prasad Chavre, Managing Director and CEO, India and Southeast Asia for SECO India Limited. Before we begin, I would like to call upon Dr. Surbhi Jain ma'am, Head of Department, Department of Management Sciences, to please share a few words with all of us.
Thank you, Vigyana. A very warm welcome to Chair of the session, Dr. N.S. Umrani sir, Mr. Prasad Chavre sir, Mr. T.S. Shankar sir. We are very happy to have you all on this very important session, that is mindful leadership, which I feel is such an important dimension when we look at leadership. And in present times, its importance has tripled, quadrupled, and we are all talking about empathetic leadership. So where mindfulness is so important. So very few of us know that Dr. N.S. Umrani sir's son and daughter-in-law are our alumni. So sir is like a family to us. And today we are very happy to have all of you here and looking forward to learn and looking forward to listen to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving ahead, chairing today's session, we have with us Dr. N.S. Umrani sir, the Pro Vice Chancellor, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, the man of distinct vision and a fountainhead of illuminating ideas, an idol of knowledge and experience and an inspiration to all of us. I would kindly request Umrani sir to share a few words with all of us.
Thank you so very much. Dr. Surbhi Jain, respected Shri Chavre ji, respected Shankar ji, all the faculty members, and dear students. At the very outset, I hugely admire and appreciate PUMBA's initiative in respect of this particular summit. In this summit, since yesterday, we have been discussing, having dialogue, wonderful discussions, question answers in the most important domain related to leadership. On behalf of Savitribai Phule, Pune University, I extend very warm welcome to all the resource persons for this particular session. And I'm also grateful to the resource person for having accepted the invitation of PUMBA for this summit. Yes, rightly said by Dr. Jain in the beginning, myself and my family is directly a beneficiary of PUMBA's expertise, PUMBA's legacy, PUMBA's goodwill, and whatnot. My son and my daughter-in-law both are alumni of this great institution. Now it comes under the ambit of School of Business. when we discuss about the business, naturally it is closely linked with entrepreneurship. When we have a dialogue in respect of entrepreneurship, naturally the traits in respect of leadership we need to deliberate. All entrepreneurs are basically leaders. And hence all businessmen, invariably they are the leaders. In nutshell, in any era, leadership is about action and not only speech and rhetoric. We need to implement, we need to execute the policies and decision making done at upper level or even middle level. That requires, number one, contemporary knowledge about the domain in which area we are working, whether it is marketing, finance, production, operation, banking, insurance, agriculture management, education management. Wherever we need to provide the leadership, leadership has to have a very, very minute contemporary knowledge of the domain. Number two, simultaneously he must or she must possess the courage to take the decisions. Basically, all leaders are decision makers on the basis of knowledge, inputs, and using the benefits of teamwork. She needs to take a decision, and decision making itself is a scientific process, right from gathering the information in respect of various alternatives up to the stage of choosing a very, very apt alternative in order to proceed further. Therefore, in nutshell, leadership has to have a direct connection with the current affairs, government policies, market events, demand supply, nature of economy, various regulations in respect of business, banking, insurance. Therefore, when we take education and learn in order to get the degree in business administration, we need to understand what is skilling, what requires in order to gain the skills, garner the contemporary skills. This summit itself has a tremendous ability and power to offer you all the great learning in order to deliver from day one in business, trade, or any organization you choose. Basically, education, particularly higher education, has 5 foundational pillars. Number one, access, equity, quality, affordability, and then accountability. These all 5 principles have been practiced by PUMBA Since its inception, beginning, university is for the all classes, students, girls and boys coming from various strata of the society are the backbone of this great institution. They learn many things from their peers, friends, different languages, tradition, culture, ideas. They bring in when they come to the campus. And our important motto is to create not only good leaders, but good human beings. When we talk of good human beings, necessarily building the capacity for rational thought process, and at the same time, our students and our business leaders at PUMBA, future business leaders at PUMBA must have compassion and empathy for everything around them. Encourage resilience. And most importantly, we try to inculcate scientific temper, that is critical thinking, creative thinking, at the same time, creative imagination. All those things are very, very important. Besides character building, tolerance, and ultimately, we empower them for self-reliance. This legacy and this tradition has been a part and parcel of PUMBA. This is the era of collaboration. And I know that collaboration is today's currency. In this summit that is happening, resource persons from various industries are going to share their ideas, views. Therefore, this is going to be very, very important and rich experience for the students of PUMBA. Once again, I welcome you all, dear friends, students, and as well as resource persons. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to introduce our honorable guest, Mr. Shankar T.S. Mr. Shankar T.S. is an alumnus of PUMBA, batch of 1988. His journey started from Pune, from just across the university in Khadki. So the university has always been part of his everyday life. For Sir, life in PUMBA under Professor G.D. Pete has been really fun, especially between the Old English department and the various canteens. Some of his closest friends still are from PUMBA. Armed with a BSc in physics and an MBA from PUMBA, Oberoi Hotel offered him an opening as a senior management trainee. He spent over 2 years there. He learned that the glamour that we see outside a 5-star hotel is because of the work done by all within. He moved to the Bank of America, where he spent almost 20 years in Mumbai and Singapore, covering the financial institutions across Asia Pacific, leading culturally diverse teams. His expertise in relationship management and correspondent banking, trade finance, and cross-border payments grew over the years. In 2009, just as the financial crisis hit, he moved to Standard Chartered Bank, where he spent over 8 years in various roles based in Singapore. Then it was with Western Union for a couple of years, and now the fintech world with TradeStream. I would like to extend my warm welcome to Shankar sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, Dr. Umrani, I must say that I might trump your family because my wife is also from PUMBA. She's batch 1991, and she's currently a partner with a company called Russell Reynolds in Singapore. And if I had my way, perhaps my children also would get in over there. So I did want to put that out to you as we get started. PUMBA is part of my everyday life. It's been an incredible journey, and it's been a lot of fun. What I intend to do today is, mindful leadership is very important, and it's obviously core to what we're going to speak today. And I'm sure Prasad will have a lot more to add than I would. But I just want to tell you a few things. One is I want to tell you a couple of stories. Okay, and these might or might not be connected with mindful leadership, but please bear with me. Give me a chance. We did organize these events when we were in PUMBA. We were, I think, the second batch of the rejigged PUMBA. I think 87 was the first one, 88 was the second, and we were about 60 people strong at that time. I want you to look around. I know you're not in the Kher Wangmei where we used to spend all our events in, but I want you to look around, and I know you can't do that because you're virtual, but think of yourselves all sitting in one room. Look around. The reason I say that is because you might make amongst your most memorable relationships over here, including potentially a spouse like I had. My wife was actually batch of 91, so I never got to see her in college. In our class, we were, I think, about we were 120 people. You have got such diverse talent. It's incredible. If you've heard of a movie star called K.K. Menon, he comes from PUMBA. If you've heard of a spiritual guru, Raj Supe, I don't know what his guru name is. He's got an ashram in Haridwar. He was my batch. And between Supe and Kishore, you've got innumerable people who have been around doing so very well, not just in commercial life, as I call it, but in every aspect of it. You've got academicians, you've got people who are homemakers, who are entrepreneurs. The fun part of life is, and the reason I want you to look around, is we are still in touch. All of us still have our WhatsApp groups. We still converse. I just got a subgroup that I'm part of from my college days, and they were making fun of me because they said, "Tu CR tha tab bhi, abhi CR hai, sirf bhashan dega tu." The thing was, I was a class representative now, and they still expect me to do all the things that I did in those days. So, enjoy these moments, enjoy these coming togethers, enjoy these events, learn what you can from there. And if you don't learn, don't worry too much. I didn't learn too much. Umrani sir, you would not mind my telling you that occasionally we would jump out of the English department classrooms when the class got very boring. It's quite a height, so sometimes it was not the easiest, but we did. And I'm not encouraging any of the students to jump out of any windows at this time, but we did have our share of fun. And sometimes I wonder, as I did in those days, where life would take us. It's taken me into some very interesting spaces, and it's been very enjoyable. Mindful leadership comes from just being aware of your surroundings, and if you are, that's the best aspect that can happen to you. I do have a presentation that I want to put up in front of you. It's got a few slides, and hopefully I will stick within my allotted 15 minutes that we have. But before I go there, how many of you know that the Battle of Khadki was fought in the university area or in the vicinity? That for me is awareness, knowing where history is, knowing where people have been. I sometimes think of, I think it was Appasai Bhosle who was leading the Maratha army at that time. Perhaps sitting where you are right now in the university campus, thinking of where his troops would go next. The British won that battle. Lieutenant Colonel Burr still has a road named outside Khadki cantonment next to my St. Joseph's School. And I'm a Khadki boy, by the way, born and brought up in Khadki, studied in the Wadia College, came to the university, know each and every nook and corner of the university, at least in those days. But what I want to tell you is that just become aware of where you are as you get started in this journey. And importantly, just remember that life is what it is. It's a journey. It'll take you to different places. It'll show you different things. Just be open about it, and hopefully you will be a happy camper at the end of it all. Let me see if I can get this going, but if I can't, it's just technology. Like I said, I'm PUMBA 1988, and I'm proud of it. Now, before I start, I will tell you certain people, names, individuals who've been part of my life as I've grown up, and try and relate that to mindful leadership. So we will follow what I call Chatham House rules. Chatham House rules, for those of you who don't know, basically says you can use the information, but you can't reveal the speaker or any other information simply because that might lead to conflict. So as long as you guys are okay, and I see that there are, about 300 people today, if you're all collectively okay with it, we will go to the next step, okay? Honor is very important in what we do. Traits of a mindful leader. And again, I will narrate examples. And by the way, if any of you think that I know mindful leadership very well, I don't. Your professors and the leaders of our institute, if I can call it that, are probably much more qualified than I am. But I'll try and narrate some real life examples. For me, a mindful leader has got a few traits, maybe some more, but these are the few that I thought of and I put out over there. One is to lead by example. And nothing, as we talk about 2611, which happened, I think, yesterday, I used to work with the Oberoi hotels, as was pointed out. And I was distraught when I saw that institution affected by the 2611 that we just, had, 20 years, I think, yesterday. Mindful leadership, leading by example, very important. Think of the Kargil war and all those people who led our teams over there. They led from the front, okay? I don't know if in the military you can have mindful leadership. I'm not sure you can take a decision on a split-second basis, whether you want to shoot someone, not shoot someone, and think, uska family ka kya hoga? You can't do that, perhaps. I don't know. I've never been in the army, so I can't talk to that. But I think leading by example is very, very critical. If you have an armchair leader who says, you know what, go ahead and do it, and I will sit here and direct things for you, I don't know if that will go well. I'll give you an example over here, simply because I think it's important. I worked with one of the leaders in the banking industry in my Bank of America days, a typical type A personality, led from the front. I remember him for many reasons, including that he gave me 3 increments in 1 year. A lot of money for someone who was just coming up the ranks in those days. But he had quite a few other qualities that I saw, and I'm glad I didn't get to imbibe. For example, he could get very, very angry with you in a public forum. And I'm of a strict belief that you berate in private, you praise in public. Not this gentleman. He didn't do that. And what happened consequently was the team that he had under him tended to follow that. So he was leading by example, but a bad example at that. I contrast that with another. Now this gentleman that I'm talking about went on to be hugely successful. He even had a bank that he formed in India. Unfortunately, I think he got ahead of himself, was very focused on himself, was very interested only in ensuring that he was very visible, didn't allow his team to grow under him, was very money-minded, and didn't end up well. In fact, he's in jail right now, for a few offenses. And I don't mean to show him down, but to me that was an example of a leader who had some wonderful qualities, but also who had some that you didn't want to. You should not look at emulating. I contrast that in my appreciation recognition with another fine gentleman I met in my journey, again from Bank of America. Harish Bhai ended up as an executive director in HDFC Bank. You can look him up. He's retired now. One of the finest people that I met. The thing about Harish Bhai is he never gave me 3 increments, okay? So it was never money. He was very parsimonious in his ability to give you a good rating. But he did a few things that he looked at you differently for. For example, he would call you and say, hey, Shankar, you got that promotion. Why didn't you treat all of us for dinner? And you're doing it today. And the next thing you know is the secretary's organized a lovely meal somewhere. And you're thinking, my budget is going for a toss because I don't know how I can pay for this. Harish would then take you for that meal with 15 other colleagues. He would speak very highly about you, make you feel like $1 million. And when you call for the check, obviously, you are now worried that, how you're going to pay for it. The restaurant would say, oh, sir, the bill has been taken care of. Harish Bhai not only made you look good, feel good, but also didn't do any harm to you. A great way to make sure that your team comes together. Leading with humility. Very important for a leader. And I was listening to some of the previous sessions. I had a chance in a few minutes, and I must say, you guys have done a fabulous job organizing this event. It's just wonderful to see everyone come together on Zoom and Facebook and all that. I was wondering how you guys would pull this off. Frankly, I wasn't sure it would be so well organized. So you proved me wrong, and I'm so happy to see that. Leading with humility comes from just being so sure of yourself. And there's no other example than Gandhiji. To me, father of our nation, led the nation well, led the nation with a lot of humility. And I know we've got some debate these days about various styles of leadership, which he may or may not have expressed. But I don't think you can get away from the fact that he did that with a lot of humility coming with it. Communicating with compassion. This is very important, and I'll give you a personal example again. When I had to let go of a teammate about 6 or 7 years into the job, my teammate was based in Delhi. He was, he was cut out, let's say, for other things. He wasn't really cut out for what he was doing. I was given the option by HR. They said, hey, Shankar, you can fire him on the phone. I said, no, I won't do that. They said, what do you plan to do? I said, I plan to fly into Delhi. I will be in the room with him. And HR was a little worried. They said, Shankar, he can get, unpredictable. I said, doesn't matter. It's very important that he sees me and I see him as we say goodbye, because you never know, our paths might cross. I'd like to think, and this is tooting my own horn a little bit over here, but compassion as you let things happen, and all of you will face it. You will face this in your everyday life. When you do that, make sure you do that with compassion. Balanced emotion, very important for a leader. You have to be present with a balanced emotion. You can't be like my ex-boss Rana, saying things on the fly. You have to just make sure you're measured as you put things together for you and yourself. And by the way, it might not be a team. It could be a colleague. It could be your family. Everyday life. You have to be balanced and stay cool under pressure. Because if you're not, then that'll show up in everything. Mindful leadership really comes from being mindful. And I'll give you my own example, and you'll see how much of a difference some of those things make. As you get older, you need less sleep. Okay, believe it or not, that's true. I get up most days at about 5 in the morning, and I go out for a walk in Singapore. Typically, it's it's early dawn, and even the birds are not yet up. But if you're very careful, and you don't have, you're not listening to something into your ear, you're just listening to nature, you'll hear a few things. For example, you might hear the hoot of an owl. You might hear the early cuckoo bird call. You might then start seeing a few other things happening around you. You might see a cat trying to make its way around. You might see an animal cross your path. And the reason I'm telling you all this is, it's always been there. I never saw it because mostly I didn't get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. And even if I did, I had something stuck in my ear and I was listening to something else. Being mindful is being present at the very start of things. To me, this is what mindful leadership is all about. And by the way, mindful leadership doesn't mean you're necessarily soft. It means you are a lot of things that you put things that is important. And I'll read to you what I thought was an apt quote from Mark Twain. I know you can read it yourself, but it'll give me great pleasure to read it aloud for you. A little more kindness, a little less speed, a little less greed, a little more smile, a little less frown, a little less kicking a man when he's down, and so on. You can read the rest of that as you go along. You might not remember too much from all this. I don't remember the people who spoke to me those 30 years ago at the Taj function that we organized or anyone else, but I'll give you something else that you might want to remember. And if you don't know this, I encourage you to do that. Don't try and do it today, maybe do it in the daytime tomorrow. Go to that, what we call the old canteen, which is I think now the Alumni Association office, just behind or ahead of the main building. When you go there, there's a little garden over there. In the little garden, there's a grave. And no, I'm not trying to scare you out. Alice was, I think, died about 200 years ago. So I don't think you need to worry too much about it. And yes, there are stories about a ghost going around, but I can tell you there's not much. When you go there, sit down maybe by a grave. And if you're scared, maybe a little distance away, and just be quiet. Be with yourself for some time. Hear things around you. Be mindful of what's happening around you. And you'll see so much of a difference. Your entire university life will transform for a few minutes. You'll start seeing life very differently, and hopefully regenerated, you'd come back to where you are. Mindful leadership is where the world is going. Your servant leadership, very important. Type A personalities, not necessarily the way the world is going. And yes, you still need them. You need all personality types. But I'm hoping that as you venture out and you become future leaders, there is a little more kindness in your everyday lives as well. I hope I can get a chance to be in your midst. I hope I can see you face to face and see how much of enthusiasm you bring to the table. I get tremendous energy when I sit with people like you. And I can tell you this, if I can be successful reasonably and my cohort can be successful and we didn't study, you guys have a great future ahead of you. I wish you all the very best. And I noticed that you're going to play the national anthem towards the end of today. I'll wish you Jai Hind. And then back to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words that has inspired so many of us here today. Now, I would like to introduce Mr. Prasad Chavre, sir, the Managing Director and CEO, India and Southeast Asia for Seco India Limited. Mr. Prasad, an engineer with a master's in management, has a rich and extensive experience of over 2 decades spanning across continents and diverse industries such as automotive, power generation, turnkey projects, construction, building materials, and foundry. With an international stint of 7 years and leading cross-functional, regional, and global teams, he brings in his diverse experience in business turnaround and business operations restructuring, strong P&L management, sales, marketing, Six Sigma, and supply chain management. Currently, Prasad sir is leading the overall Foseco business for India and Southeast Asia region by managing multi-site manufacturing plants, building strong customer relationships, developing the overall business plans for profitable growth, driving safety and continuous improvement across all functions. Mr. Prasad is a certified Six Sigma Green Belt. He is committed to make a difference in the community by contributing to the educational field, coaching early career and mid-career cross-functional professionals, and leading CSR initiatives. A strong believer in servant leadership, Sir is passionate about leadership development and creating the right environment by implementing structured employee engagement initiatives to build the right culture based on strong foundational core values. I would like to invite Sir to grace us all with his presence.
Thank you. I hope you are able to hear me.
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you. So first, I would like to appreciate Shankar. I think that was a great speech. Reminded me of various things during my time as well. But I really loved the way you narrated. It put me, believe it or not, some pressure on me in terms of changing the things. So what I did, I just changed one more slide just to make it slightly different as compared to what you had done. But thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. Now let me share a few slides with you. And okay, great. Is this, okay, it's visible. Okay, let me also take the pointer. All right, thank you. Okay, good. So what I'm going to do in my presentation, I've just done a little bit of different thoughts right now. So what I'll do, I'll share my thoughts on mindful leadership so that you get the flavor of mindful leadership. The way I'm going to do this is to combine a little bit of theory, practice, the learning that I have had, and how it has helped me to make a difference in the organization, to my family, and as well as to the communities in which we live. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus first on concept understanding, then share my experiences. And if time is there, I'll give my message to all the young leaders and future CEOs. If there's no time, I'll skip that. And as Shankar said, probably visiting the campus and sharing those thoughts in an informal way would have been an ideal opportunity. So this is how I'm going to structure my presentation. In case I overstep my time limit, please let me know. So what I've done, the first slide is about a little bit of theory, and I've changed from traits to theory. And this is what I've taken from one of the experts. I've also written from where I've taken this. But as Peter Drucker said, you cannot manage other people unless you manage yourself first. So a mindful leader, this block is about developing the ability to be more aware of self or the surroundings, as Shankar talked about. And being more self-aware, I believe, will help you to reflect on your own thoughts, actions, decisions, or ideas. And to lead your team better, I think it's essential to take care of yourself first, and also helps you to sharpen your focus and understand where you are good and where you need some help. And wherever you need help, you go and hire those skills or the leadership traits in your team. And that's what the first box is all about. The second box is about being aware of your surrounding. Refers to looking out for the signs of disengagement, problems in your team members, for which I believe that leader, as Shankar said, needs to be compassionate. Now, compassionate helps you to make your choices with the understanding of your people, and as well. And I believe that compassionate also means being tough to your people and having those difficult conversations. And that also for me is a compassion, because by doing those difficult discussions, you are actually trying to help your team member, to improve. So in the end, I believe that there are 3 R's for the leader. One, the respect for self. Second one is the respect for others. And last one is the responsibility for all their actions. Now, over here, I would like to give the concept of mirror and window. And what I say mirror and window is, whenever people in my team, in my organization, they do a good job, I always look at the window and trying to find those people on the ground who has done a difference. And I want to recognize those people. And whenever something goes wrong, you look yourself in a mirror and trying to find, hey, what is it that I could have done differently in order to improve the situation? And that is why it's very important for the leader to follow the concept of a mirror and a window. The third block is about discipline, being authentic, and as well as being flexible. And I think for me, I think it's a very powerful statement, that is there on the slide, and that is, the bamboo that bends is stronger than the oak that resists. Now, this is all the powerful statement that makes the character, of a leader. And the last part is all about the vision, the strategy, and the managing the execution. So according to me, these are the skills of a leader which are going to be very helpful to create the right environment. And for me, the ability of a leader to connect is an important aspect, as I talked about before, connecting to self, how we stay connected to our values, to our ethics, how deeply we are able to connect authentically with others is the difference between an organization's environment that values inclusion. And connecting that to the community, I think, comes from being able to see the bigger picture and make that a wider difference to the society. And I believe that those wider connection is how great organizations and great leaders give meaning to their existence and inspire their employees. So for me, leadership is a continuous learning. And the way I say it, it never ends. So for example, as you probably might have seen, that virus has evolved about 1.5 years back, and we are still into that environment. But if a virus can find itself to evolve in its new format, Why is that? We don't evolve ourselves continuously. And that just puts me to the condition that I need to evolve continuously, as a leader, and that I need to enjoy by maintaining the energy and the health that I think Shankar talked about. So, the other question that my mentor, when I joined the organization, kept asking me, Prasad, why do you want to become a leader? Do you want to become a leader because there is good money attached to it? Do you want to become a leader because there is a strong designation? And when you have a strong designation on your business card, it gets you the respect. But what are the things that actually helps you to or motivates you to become a leader? And here again, he gave me the example of a dog who's running after a Mercedes-Benz. And once the dog sits in the Mercedes-Benz, look at the condition that dog is into. So that is the first step, or the first aspect of it. And the second aspect is, do you really enjoy leading because you get an opportunity to serve by putting your overall organization's interest first? And I think over there, as a leader, it is important to understand that you work for your global company, then you work for your region, then you work for your business unit, then for the department, then for the team, and then for you. And that way, I believe that you will always do what is good for the organization. So that completes the theory part. Now, what I'm going to do is that each of these boxes that I talked about, I'm going to connect to my journey in terms of leadership. I may not be able to cover all these examples, but I will cover some of the most important examples. And the first example that I want to cover is when I started doing my job, there are two opportunities. One, sit in the corporate office and prepare the strategy. And second was in the supply chain, being on the ground, trying to understand the things around. And I thought that I would go for being on the shop floor. And then I went to the field office, doing the door-to-door sales job. And then I thought of coming back to the corporate office. And that was, mind you, that was really boring exercise. But you know what? Boring is very normal because, that really helps in terms of get your hands dirty. And I really learned a lot in terms of converting my knowledge into wisdom is something that I've gained through this experiences. Now, even today, I always tell my leadership team that our job is to ensure that these people who are on the ground, who are not sitting in the corporate offices, what is it that we need to do to help them be successful? What is it that we need to do to ensure that they don't face any problems or any issues? And when we work for them indirectly, we are developing our organization and making our organization a great place to work. The second one, as you enter into corporate life, I believe that one of the suggestions that could be helpful to you is you need to act, nominate, go forward, come forward, nominate yourself for critical work. More importantly, take risk and go on banging the doors everywhere, trying to find great work, good work, and show that energy, because I believe the world really belongs to the energetic people. And don't wait for the opportunity to come to you. Opportunities may not come, but you need to go and bang the doors and show that you are ready to take on the new responsibilities. And I think that aspect in my initial time really helped me to establish myself. That did mean that people gave me their unwanted work, but at the same time, it also positioned myself that here is the person who is willing to take on more, has that kind of energies. And luckily, with those aspects, I got a lot of support from my mentors. The third part is about the values. And over here, I'm going to talk about the career choices. If you see my CV, I have not worked with a company which is into different companies which are into the same industries. I always wanted to see that I work for the companies that belong to different industries. And those were the values that I live by. And I thought I will continue to work in that manner so that I never go and join the competition. But at the same time, I really go and join the diverse experiences that I wanted to bring in. This part that I wanted to combine between this block and this block, which is the self and others, is the rejections. So over the period of time, you will come across with a lot of rejections, and by the way, I have come across with a lot of rejections in my whole life. I think Professor Chitale would know that I was not the first one to get placed in the campus. That means my dream companies rejected me. Lot of roles that I went after in my corporate life, many times I got a lot of rejections, and those rejections really helped me to develop the character that I am in today. It made me fearless. It made me taking risk, and it also made me how to deal with those failures by putting your mind to a calm situation and trying to understand and reflect on why is that you are coming across with those rejections. Once I understood those rejections, I think that self-development path was very clear to me. And when I exchanged these thoughts with my mentors, with my leaders, they thought that here is the person who is willing to know why he needs to improve, and he has a logic in his place. But mind you, during those times, it was very difficult, especially for a competitive person like me to handle those rejections. But I'm glad that I came across with those rejections. I made those mistakes and I learned from those mistakes. The next block, an example, I'm just going to quote only one example of change management and how it helped me to convert my knowledge into wisdom. So after working with 3 years and 4 years in ground level roles and then coming back to the corporate life, corporate office, I think I got an opportunity to work in the UK and Europe, Middle East, and Africa for 7 years. And during the first 3 years, I got an opportunity to work with a German company, which we acquired. And the topic, the challenge over there was how do we convert that loss-making business into the profitable one? So I had to work on the turnaround strategy. It was very exciting, fascinating. The world turnaround strategy itself was very challenging. And I thought I'll do everything to get that assignment in my kitty and help improve. And for that, I traveled a lot to Germany and ensured that I get a lot of domain knowledge. And then I put those domain knowledge by converting into some actionable steps and creating the strategy for the organization that organization can execute. Pretty good, absolutely outstanding. And I thought my job gets over here. But actually, my job started over there. And during this time, 4 years of experience, I did not realize that how the cultures will impact the strategy, how the change management and the way other people think about the solution that you are proposing, how they will react to those situations. And I struggled to convince other people. And I was not able to do that effectively. The only good thing that I had is I was confident. That means I was confident that I needed some help. And I approached the right people and asked them, hey, this is the right solution for the organization. But these people, they are not able to understand why we need to implement these things. And I think that mentor or that person really helped me to get a buy-in of that opposite culture people in terms of how do you listen to your own team members, understand what are their priorities, how they are thinking about this work, how this impacts their day-to-day lives, and how this will impact their career in the future. And when I started reacting to it, I thought, I was very naive in terms of my approach. I was academically brilliant in terms of coming out with the solutions, but on a leadership front, I really struggled and I made those mistakes. But you know what? I made those mistakes, but I was not a mistake. And I think that's where manager or my leader imposed a lot of faith in me. And from there onwards, I started thinking that the person who comes forward with a lot of initiative, with a lot of energy, and has that kind of talent, even that person commits a mistake, you support that person because you are not supporting his mistake, you are supporting him, and that person is not a mistake. And it's okay to commit the mistakes as long as you are learning from those mistakes. Fortunately, I got those leaders, mentors, earlier part of my life, who helped to shape up my careers and who made me successful from that part. And afterwards, I realized that my job as a leader to create more leaders and ensure that I support everybody in my organization and help them realize their potential in terms of what they would like to do. Stay healthy, I will skip because Shankar already talked about. Then I'll talk about one more story of 3 monkeys and a banana. And in that story, this is the last story, and then I'll switch over in terms of my presentation. But you will go and join big organizations. I also joined a very big organization. And over there, I will share the story of a 3 monkey. So there were 3 monkeys in a room, and there was a nice fresh banana at the top of the room. First monkey thought he needs to get that banana. He started climbing the wall, and then there was a strong jet of high pressure water coming onto the top of the head of a monkey, and the monkey fell down. He told that to the second monkey. Second monkey said, "What's the point of going up and getting that jet on the top of my head? Is it really worth it?" And he left it over there just because he believed the first monkey. The third monkey said, "I would like to at least try." And he went at the top, and again, same thing happened like a first monkey. Now, the people who were looking at it, they thought, let me again send one more monkey. And here is the new monkey that they wanted to send. The new monkey, very energetic, comes into that room, changes the dynamics of that room, and looks at that banana and said, "I would like to go for that banana." So he climbs up, and when he was climbing, the other 3 monkeys pulled him down. And this happens in every bigger organizations. And what I wanted to tell all of you is that when this happens, don't now get and join that gang of other monkeys. Ensure them that you come out of it, you fight against the system, come out of it and show that you have a mettle and you have a courage and you have that energy to go for that banana that you would like to go for. And I think that's where the new people in my organization, I think they make a difference, because wherever they go, I always tell them this story and try to encourage them to come out of their boundaries. I think I am over the time, so I'll just keep my business turnaround story. I think this is a great story. I just wanted to probably will cover that experience of going from loss making to double digits profit when I'm there on the campus. But essentially, the crux of that story is that how did I set the bold targets, inspire the team to excel, and achieve their fullest potential, and coming up with that strategic vision helped me to actually come closer to my teams and help to develop the turnaround strategy. With that, I would like to end my presentation, and while ending, I would just talk about one aspect of servant leadership. I think I forgot the anchor's name, but the anchor really talked about in my profile, servant leadership. I'm very passionate about this word called servant leadership because it moves me from a very traditional leader to a very people leader. So I'm on that journey. I'm not fully there. I'm learning day in, day out. But essentially, the difference between the two is that servant leaders, they say leadership as an opportunity to serve others. They share power, they share control, and they help develop the engagement of their teams and their organization. They listen to their people and they measure the success, I would say, in terms of growth of their team members and the development of their team members. So every time I go and share a couple of my stories to my colleagues, I always tell, hey, these are the 3 people that I developed, rather than saying, this is what I delivered in terms of the numbers. And I think that's where I think, the servant leadership is all about understanding. It's all about them and not about, you. I had one more slide in terms of the message, but in the due course of time, probably we don't not have time. So I will end my presentation over here. But while ending the presentation, I would just like to talk about one aspect first. Thank you, PUMBA for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts. It's been really privileged to share these thoughts. And during 15 minutes, it's very difficult to cover this very important topic, but I made an attempt to share the stories with you. And I look forward to an opportunity when I visit the campus personally, face to face, and share those learning with you. And looking forward to that energetic interaction in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, the time was short, but we did get to learn a lot of things. And thank you for such an insightful speech. Now we have with us Dr. Ranjit Chitule, Faculty, Department of Management Sciences, Savitribai Phule, Pune University. I would like sir to proceed with the question and answer session. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. Nice to get connected with Prasad and Mr. Shankar. We are really proud that both of these alumni have really added a great value as a part of this valedictory function by talking about mindful leadership. Mr. Shankar has rightly described the traits and the qualities which a mindful leader really requires. And he obviously described this through a lot of examples which were quite interesting. And Prasad, in fact, describes the whole journey, right from student phase at PUMBA to the CEO position which is currently handling. And he has been very humble, very intelligent, very dynamic, and he has shared with all of us the genuine experiences which he got. And I think those are more important from the learning point of view. Now, there are a few questions we have received. I would like to ask these questions to both the speakers. First is, can mindful leadership be developed? Both of you can obviously answer this question. We can start with this, Shankar.
I can take that simply because that's,
sure.
That's my journey right now. If I can, I mean, one of the things that happened to me as I moved from one organization to another. So, I was running Bank of America's region for the business that I was. And when I moved to Standard Chartered, I needed to rebuild a team in Standard Chartered. And I'm just putting this out as an example. My entire team from Bank of America moved into Standard Chartered. And one of the things that, and again, this is tooting my own horn a little bit, but I'm hoping you'll allow me for that. One of the things they said was, they said, you trust us implicitly. And one of the examples of the trust was this lady in Thailand, Cyrilak, who said, boss, when I send you my expense report, you typically approve it in 1 minute. And my admin person says, why does your boss not even read your expense report? And I told her, Cyrilak, if I can't trust you with your expenses, then I can't trust you to run my business, and I can't trust you with the organization. So the point I'm trying to say is mindful, and that did not come overnight. I mean, I must tell you that I still occasionally can be very particular about scrutinizing things and looking at things very deeply. But once you come to a conclusion that you have got the ability to, you understand your people, you know where they are, you know how they're going to react to a situation. You are mindful about the way they're going to put things across to you. My sense is you can acquire that. It doesn't come easily though. And I narrated my own experience about, my wife, who's also from PUMBA, as I said, occasionally laughs at me when I say, hey, I recorded this bird this morning. And she says, what's wrong with you? What are you recording these days? Mindful leadership comes because you start to become more aware of your surroundings. Awareness happens sometimes only in time. When you're young and you're forcing yourself to, be very, very, run against the clock, whatever, it's hard, I think, but it can be acquired. I'm sure, Prasad, you might have a view as well.
Sure. So again, you have explained it very well. So the only thing that I would add is the great artist, whoever person is, he was or she was an amateur in the beginning. So that means everything can be developed, can be groomed. And there is nothing that is as such, cannot be developed over the period of time. So I'll just share my experience when I was studying leadership as a topic. I thought, I was mainly thinking about marks, and I never thought about as a concept and as a theory. And I thought it's more like a gyan and rather than actual implementation, because I was always a very practical person. And then realized over the period of time that leadership is the only thing which is a central focal point of contact for all the things that we do in our day-to-day life. So actually, I took this as a matter of my activity. The only thing is that I tried to do this with discipline, and I realized that the price of discipline is always less than the pain of regret. And from that perspective, I thought having a right discipline and having the right plan in terms of where you are good at, where you are bad, and taking those development plan in reality by having reading, which is about 10% of your job, where you learn about these things. 70% you actually go and implement in terms of on the job. And then next 10% you learn through your peer group. Your peer group takes a lot of importance in terms of developing you as a leader. And the last 10% is you coach that to your team members. And that's where, the whole coaching cycle or the learning cycle gets completed. But this can be done. And the only thing is that it does take time. And over the period of time, it is just possible for us to develop. But again, nobody is perfect. Our journey still continues, and it has no end to it.
Okay, rightly said, Prasad. My second question is, in today's era of quick results, where the organizations demand very quick results from the leaders, the way, particularly the professional leaders who join organization from outside, and they are supposed to deliver it very quickly. How mindful leadership can do this? Because possibly, do they get that much of freedom to do it that way under the circumstances? Yeah. Prasad or Mr. Shankar?
Okay, I can go.
Yeah.
So I always tell all the young aspirants and the future CEOs that you need to wear shoes which has laces, and not the roller skates. But the way things go in the organization and around you, I also had a very toxic boss as an initial part of my years. And I realized for him, the only thing that matters is numbers. And I always tell them, to everybody, that depending upon the situation, please carry the spares roller skates with you along with your shoelace in the normal shoes. Because, it's going to be helpful. It's not only today, it also was there 20 years ago. And sometimes, during those difficult situations, if you show that energy and if you start working on executing the things, it all depends upon two things. One, whether you have a good boss, and second, whether you have a meaningful work. And if both the things are there, then probably you should stick on to it and execute those things. But if persistently it goes into direction of numbers and deliveries without having to do meaningful work or not having a good boss, then probably that you are in the wrong place. But having that ability to understand and introspect and do those things and understand is a very, very important ability of a leader, or what I call self-awareness. And I think if you do that very well, the success will come. And people say that success will come. It's not an instant mix. Yes, I agree. But at the same time, you need to have, with the success, a quick, small milestones. Because if you don't get that, then you are not motivated. And second part is, then that means you also know you are not on the right track. So for me, I always turn this, that don't just do only work. Ensure that along with the work, you get those milestones as you go further, because those are the very good indicators of you being on the right track. And then sometimes doors could be closed, but and it has happened to me several times, as I said. And only thing is that that whatever was behind that door was never meant for you. And that's where you go ahead and move and create one more door for you and create that world for you. Because if you think you are able, you can definitely make it happen.
Thank you. Mr. Shankar?
Yeah. So that was wonderful. Thank you. That was a great example. I will narrate to you a story again from my perspective, from my own everyday living. And again, Chatham House rules. a gentleman called Jaspal Bindra, who's now the CEO of Centrum. Jaspal was one of my bosses when I was on, let's say, deputation to Singapore in '91. So I'm going back before a lot of you were born, especially the students were born. I had to write a credit paper for a loan. Okay, and I'm giving you the background. We had a one-day turnaround. Okay, so I wrote the credit paper the first time I wrote one, and the credit boss sent that back. In those days, we had paper. Okay, with little stickers saying this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. He had 30, and I still remember that number, 30 little stickers saying, Shankar, you're really an idiot. You don't know what you've done. So Jaspal, gets to see that and says, I said, I'm really sorry, Jaspal, I don't know what to do. He said, you know what, don't worry about it. Let's sit together, let's sort it out. We will find a way to address this. Okay, this guy's got the right questions. You obviously need to, get your act together, but this is the first time you're doing it. I expect you to make mistakes. Let's learn together, let's correct it. The point is, he could have yelled at me and said, don't you know? Don't you know that this is important? Don't you realize that this is a good deal for us? He didn't say that. He said, no, you made a mistake. I appreciate that. But I will sit with you to correct that and address that. Jaspal, by the way, is still one of my favorite bosses. I met him 20 years later when I joined Stanchart, and he still remembered my name. And the point I'm trying to say is, some leaders are born with traits which are very different. And inculcating that comes in, I guess, over a period of time, but also comes at the right time. Had Jaspal yelled at me, my respect for him would have been very different. But he didn't. He taught me a few things at that time.
Thank you. Well, one last question. What challenges can mindful leader really come across, and how can he deal with those? Especially being more compassionate, more understanding about the employees. Please. Shankar, sir.
So to me, really, it's very important to make this distinction. A compassionate leader is not a weak leader. Okay, you can be strong, performing, and yet compassionate, as opposed to being strong and not compassionate. I think it's very important to know that difference. A compassionate leader, I was once in those days traveling overseas. You had to stand in the immigration line in Mumbai, which is always long. 3 people behind me was Narayana Murthy. Narayana Murthy was famous for having traveling only economy when his company was being built up, and he was standing in line just like anyone else. He didn't have an entourage that was taking him to be in front. I think it's important that you realize where you are at any stage in your life to come to that conclusion. If you're not present, it's going to be very hard as a journey. Most leaders these days understand that. There are still, look, I've had many bosses over a period of time. Some of them have been not people that I would like to work for, but some of them have also been people that you could stand up for and occasionally get, make your point. I'll give you an example. I once worked for Kathy Cipher, a US-based leader, 6 feet 8 inches tall, hefty, very scary. Just when you meet her, but also tough as nails. I was in Thailand, and we were coming to Mumbai from Hong Kong. We had a couple of meetings over there. From the airport to the car, she says, "So who are we meeting in India?" I said, "Oh, we're meeting Janki Ballabh, the CEO of State Bank of India." And I knew Mr. Ballabh very, very well. He was very gracious with me in those days. So she said, "And who else is going?" I said, our CEO from India is going. She said, "Why? Why should he come for my meeting?" I said, "Kathy, that's because, he's the head of India. He will come for that meeting." She said, "Shankar, for my meetings, I go on my own and you'll come with me and make sure that the CEO of India won't be there." I said, "No, Kathy, you will come there for a day. The CEO of India is going to be there forever. We cannot have that situation." Now, Kathy was very angry with me. Okay, we were checking into the Hilton, which no longer exists. And I still remember that very vividly. Went up the lift. We had to change and go back for a meeting. And she was very mad. And I said, "Bhai, abhi to naukri gayi." because I had taken a stance. She came down and said, Shankar, you're right. What you said makes sense. I was wrong. You were right. The point I want to say really is that a tough leader is not necessarily someone who doesn't have compassion or is not mindful or is not aware. You can have all of those together, and yet you can deliver. The only thing I'm not sure, just to answer your question, I think I said that earlier, is in a war situation when you're facing the enemy, can you not take a shot at because you're mindful? I don't know the answer to that, and I'll be very honest with you. I'll be very grateful if someone can tell me their own experiences. My son is in the army. I intend to ask him that question at some stage and see if he has a better answer than I have at this time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Prasad, your views.
Could you please repeat what you want me to answer?
Okay. What challenges a mindful leader can face, and how can he actually overcome those?
Okay, all right, good. So the challenges could be enormous. You would be in a different plane, and your team would not be in the same plane. So ensuring that getting all of them on a common platform. So for that, I call the skill as ensuring alignment, and that is a very, very important skill for a leader, and we should keep that at the back of our mind. Second one is, as a mindful leader, apart from self and others thinking, you also need to have a vision. Okay? And you don't need to wait. You need for that, and I call this as you need to have a growth mindset. Now, others necessarily may not be bought into the idea of that growth mindset that you are proposing to the team, because as a mindful leader, your job is take the moment and make it perfect, whereas your team would be thinking of a perfect moment to make it the right moment. So from that perspective, it is very, very important that leader, when he thinks about a strategy or a vision, he also comes up with the plan that how do we ensure that, and it's broken down in the steps and shows that this is possible. So for me, where a mindful leader's ability to take people where they have never thought that they could visit and taking them to that place by inspiring them is another challenge that a mindful leader faces day in, day out. And I think as a job of the leader is always to look at those BHAG goals, big, hairy, audacious goals that you have set in for your organization, rather than get lost into the tactical things. The other aspects that I would say that a mindful leader will come across is a conflict management. Conflict with your teams, conflict with your bosses, because what you would like to do may not be something that, and I still face those challenges. What I want to do in India and Southeast Asia, my global team doesn't want me to do the same thing. So then how do you bring those points, conflicts to the global team and try to tell them, hey, what I have in my mind is the right thing to do. And again, what I'm trying to do is that I'm focusing myself on that conflict and ensuring the alignment with my, with my superiors. And that's the reason I always tell all youngsters that, and I tell this to everybody, it's a Whitney Houston song that, I always go for that one moment in time when I'm more than I thought I could be. And when you have that kind of attitude, everything else becomes so smooth for you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, one last question. In fact, what will be your suggestion to our present students from there who will be soon joining the corporate? Maybe you can take 1 minute each.
Sure.
What's up?
So I think first suggestion that I have for all of you young leaders and far more capable than me is first, winning at CRP is really important, campus recruitment program, but losing on life is not an option. So don't think about these years is just to win in the CRP process. And for that, I believe that, an appetite for functional expertise, experience, and self-development, and focusing on learning, because the institute can only open the doors for knowledge, and you need to learn about the wisdom when you do the projects successfully. So I would say, first, have that sincerity and discipline in terms of having that right attitude. Second, I would say you need to have the big picture, but having the ability to zoom in as well, because I believe that smart cities are really important, but they are always based on the hard work of many people. And during that time, you will come across with a lot of failures or fear of failures. But then fear of failure leads to failure. So be fearless in terms of what you want to do. The third thing is that have a right set of software and hardware, which is relevant in the current condition. Software is the state of the mind and what you think about others. Hardware is those skills that organizations require you to have when they are entering into the corporate life. So for that, you need to have a familiarity or the knowledge of wide spectrum of business issues so that you become a ready food for quickest fit to the environment, which is for the organization. And that's what, I have those 3 messages for you, because I'm just sticking it to 1 minute.
Agree. Thank you. We can have a full-fledged separate session on on the campus. Yeah, Mr. Shankar, please.
Prasad has said most of it. I would just say a couple of things, given that I have the opportunity. One, quiet confidence. You have to be quietly confident of your ability, not overconfident, but quietly confident. Don't ever sell yourself short. Make sure that you are quietly confident of your own abilities. The second, and this is more philosophical, since Prasad quoted Whitney Houston, I want to quote Lennon, John Lennon, where life is what happens to you when you're busy making other plans. Just make sure that you're there, you give it your best, and don't worry too much about it, because life has got a way of molding things out for you. Things work out eventually, and I said this when I started off. If me and my batchmates who jumped out of the English department windows when our professors were painting away and teaching us.
Even we had done that occasionally, because I was initially for our first semester was in same place.
So there you go. So if I could do that, and I'd like to believe that I'm reasonably okay. You guys will just be fine, is what I would tell the students. Don't be too harsh on yourself. Make sure you have that quiet confidence, but don't ever get into a meeting, in what I call a deceitful way. Don't do things which are half baked. I mean, if you don't have if you can't do something, don't do it. Don't try and do it halfway. Simply because you can make out, you can find out, how prepared you are, how underprepared you are, and so on. You see Prasad's presentation today. He spent so much time putting it together. He's not coming to this half-baked. Respect your audience, very important. And I think you have to learn from each of these experiences, simply because it's important. If you go into something half-baked, it shows, and it'll show very, very visibly. That's all I would say.
Okay. Thank you, Prasad and Shankar, for your wonderful insights. And over to you, Vigyana, for the next part. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sirs. Now I would like to invite Dr. Aarti Prabhu ma'am, Faculty of Department Management Sciences, PUMBA, Savitribai Phule Pune University, for delivering the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Vigyana. You've been a great anchor today.
Thank you.
The valedictory session threw light on the theme Mindful Leadership as a befitting session to conclude the 2-day Global Leadership Summit, Emerging Paradigms of Leadership. With utmost reverence, I extend sincere gratitude to our session speakers for this afternoon, Mr. Shankar T.S. and Mr. Prasad Chowdhury, for sharing their wisdom, insights, experience, and time with our budding leaders in the making. I am certain our students will carry learnings from today that will help shape them into mindful leaders of tomorrow. Thank you, sirs. It has been a pleasure and honor hosting you. I convey a heartfelt thank you to the Honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University, Dr. N.S. Umrani, for an immersive talk on the theme. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, 2021, we at Department of Management Sciences are celebrating 50 years of existence. Global Leadership Summit is one of the many events that have been a part of this half-century celebrations. The 2-day Global Leadership Summit comprised of panel discussions, student presentations, inaugural and concluding sessions. We are very appreciative for the support of senior industry leaders as key speakers and panelists from across sectors, across industries, and especially across the globe. Thank you for joining in IST, which has called for special tweaking of schedules and sometimes inconvenient time zones to accommodate us in your busy schedules. It means a lot to us. I also share my gratitude to the leadership at Savitribai Phule Pune University for the guidance, support, and presence. A huge thank you to Department Head, Professor Surbhi Jain Ma'am, for her unfailing guidance, Dr. Shilpa Bhire Ma'am for overseeing seamless execution, all teaching faculty members of the department for being an integral part of the summit, non-teaching for all behind the scenes help. I also reserve a big thank you to all the students for stepping up and taking responsibility for organizing GLS 2021. Seminar Cell, you rock. Keep up the good work and your contribution is indeed invaluable. Last but surely not the least, a shout out to you, the audience, for connecting with us from across country and beyond through multiple electronic mediums. Your active presence made it all worth our while. I, Aarti Prabhu, sign off and hand over to Vignana to take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The world is full of diamonds and gems, and we indeed had some of them here today. And the information shared at the GLS platform since the last 2 days has indeed been very enriching. I would like to extend a thanks to all our dignitaries, professors, guests, and students for taking out time from your busy schedules and making the GLS event a grand success. Signing off, this is Vignana Patil. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a great day ahead.